audible? Okay, okay. Oh, uh, hmm.
I don't have any audio coming from Abhijit.
Okay, okay, okay. So please connect, sir.
Just I connected, sir.
Okay.
I
Yeah, yeah.
informed
Okay.
him.
Now audible, sir?
Okay.
Audible, sir?
Who's that?
I am Abhijit, sir.
Yeah, yeah, you are very much
Okay,
audible.
okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So very good morning, respected audience, and today's our honorable invited speaker, Professor A.B. Pandit, sir. So now we are going to start third memorial lecture. Ekar Powers, Professor N.R. Kamath and Mrs. Rujena Kamath, Memorial Lecture, CHEMCON 2024. I'll just read out the citation of Professor A.B. Pandit ji. Professor Anirudh B. Pandit is a name of global distinction in the domain of chemical engineering education and research. Presently, he is the Vice Chancellor of Institute of Chemical Technology, Mumbai. Professor Pandit completed his BTech in Chemical Engineering from Indian Institute of Technology, BHU, Varanasi in 1980 and PhD from University Department of Chemical Technology, presently ICT Mumbai, in 1984. In that very year, Professor Pandit joined University of Cambridge as a research associate and worked there till 1990. Following his return to India, Professor Pandit joined UDCT in 1991 as a reader. In course of time, Professor Pandit became the Vice Chancellor of ICT in the year
Recording in progress.
2019. He was also a visiting professor at the University of Cape Town, the University of California, Santa Barbara, and BITS Pilani. Professor Pandit has made remarkable achievements in fundamental research, especially in the field of cavitation, sonochemistry, industrial wastewater treatment, synthesis of chelating agents for wastewater treatment, mixing in mechanically agitated contractors, and the designing of nozzles for hydrodynamic cavitation. He has also intensively worked on the use of non-conventional energy sources, development of novel ceramic from waste, polymer degradation, cellulose dissolution, and nanomaterial synthesis. Professor Pandit has published around 450 journals which have an H index 84 and I10 index about 360. He has 34 patents to his credit. He is also on the editorial board of 5 international scientific repute journals, including Ultrasonic Sonochemistry Journal, Chemical Engineering and Processing, Industrial and Engineering Chemistry Research, ACS. He has accolades, have many awards, includes Best PhD Thesis Award, the World Academy of Science, National Academy of Science in India, Maharashtra Academy of Science, and Indian Academy of Science. Professor Pandit also a life fellow of IICHE. In recognition of his valuable contribution to the chemical engineering community as a distinguished academics, as a chemical engineers, and as an inventor, the Indian Institute of Chemical Engineers is honored to invite Professor Anirudh B. Pandit for delivering the Ekar Power Professor N.R. Kamath and Mrs. Ruzena Kamath Memorial Lecture on the occasion of CHEMCON 2024. Thank you, sir, for your kind acceptance. So now you can start your presentation.
First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for adjusting my talk from yesterday's to today, and my apologies for not being able to keep the time yesterday as I was traveling. And thank you for a very generous introduction, Abhijit, and I am looking forward to all the presentations which I will get in due course of time. In line with the theme of this year's CHEMCON 24, I have also titled my presentations along the similar lines, and let me start sharing my screen with the same. Please allow me to present. Is my screen visible to you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It is visible. You can make full screen also.
Is it okay now?
Yes, it is okay. So
Yeah,
just you
thank you very
make it
much.
shift.
Hello?
Hello, sir. It is visible, sir. Very nice.
Yeah, okay. Thanks a lot. As you can see, the title of my today's talk is Environmental Conservation for Prosperous Bharat, in line with the circularity and sustainability theme of this year's CHEMCON 2024. And again, thank you for giving me an opportunity to express my thoughts as well as some of the work which is linked to that and the role of chemical engineers in this issue of environmental conservation and how it can contribute to the prosperous nation of ours. So, the general theme of this is why makes India, our country, beautiful? What do you understand and mean by environmental conservation? What is the world water demand versus population and water footprint of all the anthropological activities which you undertake? What are the approaches for water management, recent development in wastewater treatment? Similarly, the two major objectives of sustainability is availability of water and availability of energy. So related to energy, I'll be talking about biomass and the biorefinery concept, how we can valorize the biomass, which India, being a tropical country, is very rich with. And we also need to look into the waste which has already been generated in various form and how that waste can be utilized in terms of a next resource for utilization. I will briefly talk about certain resources which we can also get from agroforestry model and what are the initiatives as a chairman of Ministry of Environment, Forestry and Climate Change which you are taking to address both the issues, that is progress of the nation as well as environmental sustainability or environmental conservation. So let us move ahead and I will try to finish it. The thing is quite long, but I will try to finish it in allotted 30 minutes of time because I will run through some of these. It contains a lot of pictures, but the main points which I want to cover in this is we hope you all agree with us that we want to live in this safe world because we are borrowing this world from our children and we haven't got this particular world from our forefathers. We got it when the resource consumption was not at its peak, but during the industrialization, we are using resources left, right, and center. And one of the key resource which we are using is essentially biomass as well as water. And you can find out that the only source of input energy to us is coming from sun, and effectively everything what we use in terms of resources is a manifestation of sun converting into various forms of resources which are currently available to us. So we Indians have unique, we are beautiful nature, and the nature's economy is not the currency. The currency of nature's economy is not the money, but it is life. How we conserve life is the major issue as far as nature is concerned. Money and the cash and whatever resources which we consider as our assets are not the assets which are looked into by the nature. Nature looks as life as an only asset. And its whole objective is to how to protect life and how to sustain life. And we must assist nature in doing it. by following nature and see how the nature does things, and we can learn many things from it. We would like to protect the blue seas and the oceans and the rivers, lakes and the waterfall, mountains and beautiful gardens which our country is endowed with, and we must do everything in our capacity to protect the same. These are just some of the pictures which just indicates how beautiful our country is and how biodiversity has enriched our lives and how it is important for us to maintain this biodiversity. So, but it is in danger. It is in danger because of the environmental pollution, whether it is air pollution, soil pollution, water pollution. And we must do something about it because we as engineers have contributed to all this, and it is our responsibility to clean up our act and then take it forward. All kinds of pollution. This is causing acid rain, death animals, reduction in the biodiversity, birds, plant, and people are getting affected, and they will keep on getting affected if we do not change our ways of carrying out activities. All the anthropological activities, I mean. So only when all the rivers have run dry, all the fish in the sea have died, will the human understand that it is too late to save the earth. I think we must really understand it. We are at an exponential curve before we start stabilizing or before we start realizing this particular fact. And the sooner we realize it, lesser are going to be our efforts in sustainability. So it is high time for us to do everything. What must we do as soon as possible? See, only when the last tree has died and the last river has been poisoned and the last fish has been caught will we realize we cannot eat money, but we require the resources which are produced or which are given to us by nature, which will allow us to sustain. If you are a leader of a country, what sort of activities we will undertake? And these are essentially given to us by our own children. I would like to ban cars because they cause much pollution. At the same time, we would like to have a convenience of moving from one place to another place. If I were a leader of my country, wouldn't allow hunters to kill endangered species, which is essentially maintaining the biodiversity. If I was a leader of my country, I would stop logging companies from destroying the rainforest. And this is what the expressions and impressions from the children are. Now, if these are the impressions from the children, we must protect and we must understand that because whatever we are using currently is borrowed from our children and not from our forefathers because their life has gone. Our life of our next generation is at stake and we must do something about it. So if you look at the environmental conservation as a part, what does it mean? It is a practice that paves the way for protecting the environment and the natural resources associated with it. And on an individual and organization level, as well as government level in terms of policy, we can undertake many of these activities ourselves. We can take part in reducing air, water, and land pollution. We can facilitate the conservation of natural resources by following nature and understanding how nature does things to ensure protection of biodiversity and ecological balances to save our planet from harmful repercussions of global warming. And the ways to do is to control the pollution and waste management. When I say control the pollution, everything which is going out as a pollution essentially as a future resource for us to be utilized. And you have seen the kind of efforts which are currently being going on in terms of CCU, carbon capture and utilization, as well as the resources of recycle of water, conservation of water, management of water. And a true conservationist is a man who knows that the world is not given by his fathers but borrowed from his children. If you maintain and understand this particular concept, it will be much easier for us to do that. And the right hand side picture gives you some broad guidelines in terms of your own environmental implications, in terms of your own environmental activities, which is likely to assess all these issues. So technology has improved water supply and sanitation system. Simple and inexpensive ways of water treatment and wastewater treatments with long life. These are the requirements of technology, improved water supply and sanitation systems, cost-effective water treatment, wastewater treatment systems, and development of cost-effective and efficient technology for harvesting and utilizing renewable resources, as I already mentioned it to you. If you consider the total precipitation per year, in terms of India, India is really endowed with much, much more than the required quantity of water, but we tend to waste this water. We do not harvest all the water. Less than 5% of the total precipitation, we are able to harvest it and utilize it. So next issue is going to be water conservation and what availability of water. Similarly, in terms of conservation of land, it is becoming infertile, less productive, mainly because of the reduction in the organic carbon content in the soil. We need to develop technologies based on biofertilizers to increase the organic carbon content in the soil, to increase the soil fertility. We need to develop varieties of crop rather than only cash crop, which requires less water, or we need to have a drip irrigation type of systems. If you look at Israel in terms of how they are being utilizing water and how the productivity can be maintained without sacrificing productivity as well as the yields which are coming from agricultural products. Technologies for processing agricultural products for development of new supplementary food products and food waste and agricultural waste processing for recovery of energy and development of the new products. The point which I'm trying to make is currently what is being wasted because of economical reasons. Next day or tomorrow, it is going to be not possible for us to waste it, but we'll have to look at this particular waste as a possible resource later on. This just gives you the kind of availability of water which we currently have. These three spheres, which essentially tell you the total quantum of water available, out of which what is the fresh liquid water available, and what is the fresh water which is contained in the lakes and rivers which we can really utilize. You can see in the form of a next table, it's only a small percentage of water is really available for us, and it is going to be the key factor as far as our next generation is concerned. And this next generation is going to be really fighting for wars. So the next resource, which is going to be a rate limiting resource, is going to be water, not oil. Of course, replacing oil, you'll have to look into the possibility of biomass, which also requires a significant quantity of rainfall. And since the rainfall is distributed evenly, or nowadays, because of the global warming and because of the disturbance in nature, it is becoming more and more less predictable, as a result of which we get floods sometimes or famines at some other places. And we need to really utilize it to understand the causes for that. And thermodynamics teaches us how we can rectify this particular situation. Second law of thermodynamics tells me that if I'm going to increase the productivity, I'm bringing order from the disordered material. And if the order is being increased by us, disorder has to increase somewhere else. And this increase in the disorder manifests itself in terms of environmental unpredictability. That is disorder for you. And we need to really look into this. So you look at per capita water consumption and the increase in the population, you will find that only 3% of water is fresh water, and projected population of 9.7 billion by 2050. Global population has tripled in the 20th century, but the use of water has increased sixfold, mainly because of not only personal consumption, but also because of the consumption used by the industry because of the growth of the industry. So between now and 250, water demands are expected to increase by 400% for manufacturing as well as 130% for household usage. We really need to address this. And to be able to address this, we must look at the water footprint. You look at the water footprint and nations water footprint in terms of meter cube per year. And you would see in this case, China, India, and United States, in that particular order, are the largest consumers of water. And if you see the typical water footprint of what we eat, what we buy, and what we use, similar to the pollution which we talk in terms of the source 1 pollution, scope 1 pollution, scope 2 pollution, scope 3 pollutions, similar to that, you can also look into the water footprint. And if you look at the various quantities and types of foods which we use, whether it is meat, nuts, goat meat, pig meat, chicken meat, eggs, cereals, milk, fruits, and vegetables, you will find that the water footprint of each of these is significantly different, and we must change our diet to address this water footprint and reduce our water footprint. The vegetables has much less water footprint, mainly because of almost 80% of the vegetables contain water. So whatever water which the vegetables uses appears in the form of the final product. So this is a typical scenario as far as water, which is going to be oil of 21st century. Now all of my slides are quite busy slides, but don't bother about reading them completely. What it clearly indicates that what are the demands, how these demands are changing, and how these demands need to be addressed essentially to address the issue of conservation of water or reducing our own water footprint, whether it is for personal consumption, whether it is for industrial activity, whether it is for any other anthropological activity. And the choices which are available to us is rainwater harvesting, management of water, reduce, recycle, and reuse, the 3 Rs, and the wastewater treatment, because wastewater is going to be the next biggest source of water which we need to really harvest. And there are many of these activities which are happening, and people who are using it are not aware of this. And as a result of which, bringing in awareness is going to be a major issue as far as reducing the water footprint of the nation is concerned. These are some of the activities and some of the initiatives which are already available in the form of products as far as our daily lives are concerned. And if we can afford to use it as long as possible, we should be using these. So if you look at a typical textile industry application, let me just go back to one. Textile industry application, you will find that textile is one of the anthropological activities. Roti, kapda or makan. So kapda is the one part, roti is the food part, and kapda is the another part. So the textile industry, if you look at it, they are one of the largest water guzzlers of the country. And you will find that the quantum of water which is utilized to get one yard of textile or 1 meter of textile cloth, the quantum of water utilized for bleaching, dyeing, printing, boiler house, humidification, weaving, humidification, sanitary, domestic, etc., we use significant quantities of water, and it is now necessary for us to really recycle and reuse water wherever possible. And unless without using that, the textile industry is not going to survive. This again lists out in terms of what are the different conservation activities which we can take it out. And if you look at the total wastewater which is going to be generated, a simple formula which is number of people, the service requirement of water per people, the energy for services which are going to be required for water, and wastewater per energy. 1 kilowatt of energy, electricity which you use, is also associated with almost 18 liters of water. So whether we use water as direct water usage or using electricity is also linked with the usage of water utilization. So if you look at this, then the kind of sewage treatment which is available, again, multiple technologies are available, and I'll talk briefly about some of these particular technologies. Nothing is new in this. All these technologies in terms of primary treatment, secondary treatment, tertiary treatment are available, but there's a significant scope for improvement in there itself, because each of these technologies consume energy, and the more energy it consumes, more water it consumes. So we have to come up with the technologies which are less energy intensive and allows you to recycle and reuse water much more efficiently. So we have primary water treatment, secondary water treatment, and tertiary water treatment. A conventional, I don't know why slides are moving. So this is nothing new in it. See, coagulation, flocculation, adsorption, electrochemical processes, reverse osmosis, and significant amount of work is going on, not only in terms of treatment and meeting the discharge standards of water. This discharge needs to be done in such a way that the water can be recycled and reused. And as a chairman of Ministry Environmental Forestry and Climate Change, any new industry which is coming out at a specific location, it is either zero liquid discharge, that means no water has to go out of the industry, and water has to be utilized internally completely, or we need to insist at least 30 to 40% of the water recycle in the phase one, and over a period of 5 to 10 years, they should be in a position to recycle the entire quantity of water. This is again the latest techniques which are being developed, which are also involving cavitation, which I had discussed about it in a few lectures earlier. And this is essentially an advanced cavitation, advanced oxidation techniques, and this advanced oxidation technique results into a tertiary type of a treatment which allows you to recover water and recycle it. Now here again, forget about this part. This just gives the typical functioning of cavitation phenomena. And this you have seen earlier. You see, nature also uses cavitation to carry out certain activities. And if nature uses a particular type of technology, be least assured of the fact that nature doesn't waste any energy, it doesn't waste any resource, and does things most optimally. So if nature can utilize cavitation for a specific activity, can we also use cavitation for other activities? And indeed, in some cases, we have been able to successfully do that. Here you see a typical cavitation, how it is done. Many of you are aware of simple ultrasonic bath, which is available in the lab for cleaning up things. Similarly, hydrodynamic cavitation will allow you to harness the fluid kinetic energy in the form of cavitation phenomena, and again it will meet the same requirement, and it will meet the same specifications as far as our final objective of having water of a specific quality is concerned. Moving on, if we see that there are other techniques which are available, photocatalysis to take care of organic pollutants. There are Fenton treatments which are available to utilize and combine with. And again, hybrid techniques are also available for us to utilize to treat the water in such a manner that the water gets utilized. Let me just end this particular part of water conservation by just focusing on one particular aspects. These are the different ways in which the advanced oxidation processes work. And these advanced oxidation processes essentially will allow you to increase the biodigestibility of the effluent, and biological treatment is the most optimum or least energy consuming technique as long as you are able to optimize that. And if you optimize it and combine it, then it is possible for us to utilize many of these advanced oxidation processes and get water quality, which just gives results here. But let me just show you how for a particular industry we have been able to recycle water completely, because the industry was located in the ZLD area, zero liquid discharge area, and this is the water which is produced during the operation as a form of is water of esterification. So obviously, when you produce water, you have to utilize that particular water and have a proper treatment process. That water was being utilized for paint formulations itself, allowing the mead to have zero liquid discharge. Because if you don't have zero liquid discharge, then you will not have a capacity to operate. You will not get a license to operate it. So it's a comprehensive study which was carried out. Similarly, rainwater harvesting study which we carried out at ICT, entire master's thesis was published on this, paper was published in this particular area, and how it is possible for us to harvest water because of the rainfall precipitation period during 4 months of monsoon. And if we are able to harvest this water, more than 99.7% of the water requirement of ICT itself can be met. Now, of course, we require storage space, and space in Mumbai is extremely expensive, as you all know, but we have got these lakes which are distributed everywhere. Similarly, you can use potable water, make potable water using cavitation technique again, and this also we have been able to do it by modifying a valve, which is essentially a simple hand pump which is ubiquitous. If you go and move around in the country, in India, you will find that this particular valve, which can be modified of the hand pump, and this has resulted into a significantly better quality of water. In fact, meeting the potable water quality in terms of 3 to 4 log reduction in the bacterial count, making this water which is potable. These are some of the results which we obtained by actually carrying out field studies, by using and installing our new pump. And currently, about 5,000 such pumps are being installed in all over Maharashtra. We now move on to energy, maybe another 5, 7 minutes, if it is, if I am permitted to do that. And in that, I would just briefly talk about uh, biomass as an alternative feedstock. Again, significantly large amount of work which has been published in this
Sir, you
particular
can you can
area.
you can
So the
continue
organic
five
matter
minutes.
is there. They are naturally abundant. You will find that huge opportunities exist. India is the largest producer of milk, second largest producer of sugar canes, also significant quantity of biomass. And if you are able to harvest biomass, India's total energy needs can be completely met by without importing the oil. As long as we are able to valorize this entire biomass quantity. Again, it is difficult to actually use it, and every platforms are available. If you have a sugar platform or syngas platform, each of these platforms can be effectively utilized, and this just gives the details in terms of what opportunities exist for you in terms of harvesting the biomass as well as the different products which are available to us. This is a biorefinery concept, and this biorefinery concept will allow you to make practically everything which is required, whether it is biopolymers, whether it is biochemicals, whether it is biofuels, whether it is sustainable aviation fuel or bioenergy in terms of electricity as well. But requires significant work as well as significant development in the technology. So if you have ethanol, which is currently government is focusing on, once you have ethanol, you have many other products which are coming from ethanol. So this is, if we use a syngas approach, again from distillery, from spent wash, we can utilize, convert it into biogas, bio-CNG. All these technologies are being developed, are available, but they require significant optimization because currently they are not economically as viable as other options which are available. Over a period, these options are definitely going to change, and you'll have to have that choice of utilizing the biomass. You'll have to be, will be forced to utilize the biomass. So again, biochar is also an excellent product, and if you pyrolyze the biomass, it gives you gases as well as oil as well as char. Now these three, approximately 30% in each quantities, allows you to harvest the total biomass for different applications. Gases can be burned to sustain this particular pyrolysis process on its own. Then the oil can be utilized for converting it into valuable chemicals, and the biochar can be utilized for enhancing the soil fertility by mixing it with the soil. Our age-old practices of burning is indeed that, but in the process of burning, we do not necessarily harvest the energy associated with it, and we only partially utilize the efficacy of the biomass when you partially get it. So these are some of the results which I'm not going to spend time on, but I'll just show you the processes which are available, the processes which we have tried it out, the processes which we have tried it out on a significantly larger scale, and the results are there for you to see it. I'll just show you one particular slide where we used a biochar in a specific quantity of about 0.25% weight in the soil. You see, this is a control. This is a tray which the only urea chemical fertilizer is utilized, and here is a biochar along with urea. Now, when you use biochar and load urea on it, the urea or the biochar acts as a slow release fertilizer, effectively utilizing the fertilizer much more efficiently. Very similar to nano fertilizers, where the reduction in the chemical fertilizers can be significantly reduced. And you get almost 30% enhancement in the productivity of it. When we directly use the biomass as a source of energy, because almost 80% of India's population still depend on biomass or wood-based fuel for cooking our needs. India being the largest populated country, one of the largest populated country, uses almost 26 to 40% of the total energy only in terms of cooking energy which is required. And it is also necessary for us to reduce this particular energy consumption. And it is indeed possible for us to systematically look and do all the analysis which is actually occurring in the combustion activity. And I am going to show you two small videos of 1 minute, and then I'll stop because I know I'm exceeding my time. Any fuel goes through a cycle of drying, devolatilization, pyrolysis, homogeneous combustion, and heterogeneous combustion. So let me show you how things work. The rural population does not have, though now with the government's initiative, a lot of LPG is available, but most of these LPG is again imported. So we are going to rely on this. So you start with the proximate and ultimate analysis of the biomass, and you carry out combustion in this particular activity. And I'll run these two particular videos and I'll show you how the combustion process continues. If you see on the left-hand side video, I am combusting one biomaterial, which is essentially a wood, a small piece of wood, and how the wood starts burning. And you see how the particular wood is put at an angle because it has to transfer the heat to reach the wood to a next auto ignition temperature. On the bottom part, how the combustion process starts from the bottom. It produces first char, then flame front, unreacted fuel, and then the air is moving from down to up. And as soon as it reaches the bottom, the entire flame front reverses and the char also starts burning. So if you look at all this and you utilize all this information in the form of a model, we can convert that particular model by using the equations which I had already shown to you, and you can predict this. This has resulted into a biomass stove which has increased its efficiency from 24 to 25, from 24-25% to almost 56%, which indicates that more than half, more than double reduction in its efficiency, which allows you to reduce the requirement of fuel as a fuel in the wood stoves, which will allow the women folk who collect the food for their cooking activities and will have plenty of time on their hand to do other activities contributing to the progress of the nation. These are all the results which I want to, they are available. You're welcome to share these particular slides. I will share it. If anybody is interested, I'll be more than happy to explain it to them. And what I want to show you is this. The kind of quality of the fuel which you, quality of the flame which you get, the blue flame indicates the complete combustion. This is coming from wood. It is not coming from gas. Please try to understand, usually this type of flames are usually seen only in gas burners and not in wood burners. So let me just finish this part again in terms of electricity generation using municipal solid waste. Again, a lot of work has been done. A complete analysis, including economic analysis, has been done, and you can utilize this information and use a carrot and stick approach to really meet the requirements of a city which generates significant quantity of municipal solid waste. These are the cycles which can be completed, and these are the benefits which you can really get from it. So most developed megacities need more to move away from landfilling to harvesting municipal solid waste. And I keep on repeating these things again because harvesting of the waste is going to be the next utilization of the next requirement of our society in terms of maintaining our living standards, as well as sustainability is concerned. This is utilization of keratin, which is high value protein, and this keratin can be completely harvested, and this harvested protein can be utilized for a variety of applications. Similarly, agroforestry, sustainably road, huge amount of literature and data is available on this. We really need to look into this, and I have already told you what are the initiatives which we have taken in the Ministry of Environment, Forestry and Climate Change. So the way forward is to have a circular economy. We need to have a public awareness campaign. We need to have a sustainable water management. We need to have a public-private partnership, and we need to have technological solutions in the area of water disinfection, wastewater management treatment, rainwater harvesting, biorefinery for biomass, and there are plenty of such opportunity exists for our prosperous Bharat. Thank you very much, and I'm sorry for exceeding the time by 5-10 minutes or so. If you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer those questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So do we have any quick questions? Okay, so I thank Professor A.B. Pandit for the fruitful insights on remedies to several kinds of pollution, environmental conservation, and waste management and sustainable wastewater management techniques. And I invite Bishwanath Chattopadhyay sir to present a vote of thanks online to the Professor A.B. Pandit sir. Sir, please.
Good evening, Professor.
Good evening. Thank you.
So we are in the morning here, and what an excellent speech you gave on biodiversity and use of biomass, the conservation system the country is facing through. Thank you so much. And I need to break a news here that Professor Pandit has been invited by Society of Chemical Engineers Japan for giving a speech in their 90th annual session, and he has accepted kindly the invitation. Thank you, Professor. It has been very enlightening and enriching speech you gave. Thank you, and looking forward to see you again. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. And thank you for giving me an opportunity to present it online, my thoughts, and there are plenty of possible opportunities which people can take it up. Students can take it up as their research projects, and there is a lot of work which needs to be done. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for joining us. Moving forward, now it is time for Asian Paints Padam Vibhushan Dr. R.A. Mashelkar Medal and our ChemCon Distinguished Speaker Award, which is presented to Dr. K.J. Sriram, Director, CSIR, Central Leather Research Institute, Chennai. It is an honor to introduce Dr. K.J. Sriram, a renowned scientist and a leather technologist who has been advocate of green chemistry as well as before assuming the post of directorship at CSIR CLRI Chennai. Dr. Sriram was in charge of CLRI's testing services, specializing in sustainable chemistry for the leather and allied sectors. Dr. Sriram has made significant contribution in introducing green chemistry at the chromium based industries. He focused his research on the reduction of chromium in chromite ore fines, semi-continuous recovery of chromium from tannery wastewaters, rare earth-based pigments as alternatives to toxic metal pigments, and functionalized nanoparticles for collagen stabilization. Dr. Shriram developed tanning agents with higher chromium uptake and formaldehyde-free synthetic tanning agents. Dr. Shriram has filed for as many as 21 patents and has an impressive industrial translation record as well. He has more than 100 publications to his record with an H index of 28. He was the recipient of CSIR Young Scientist Award and International Union of Research Award. Dr. Shriram has been a fellow of the Academic Sciences Chennai. So with this introduction, may we have the pleasure of inviting Dr. Shriram to the stage. Welcome, sir.
I can straight away connect it. How do I get it onto the? Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for this opportunity. And to this audience, let me speak about leather without getting too much into leather. So I'll rather talk about the sustainable development of this industry rooted through my institute, where I would focus on what my institute has done, because I strongly believe that this medal lecture is kind of my thanks to my organization, which has been so kind of single-heartedly working for the development of this industry in the country. Before I move on, I must say that accidentally or incidentally, these two names get connected to me. I've been associated with Dr. Mashelkar during my PhD days with Dr. Ramsamy, and I had the opportunity to work with Dr. Mashelkar in at least 2 or 3 of his presentation development stage. Whenever he was in Chennai on official visits, he would be sitting in the guest house and making his presentations, and I learned from him a lot on how much of time and energy a person like Dr. Mashelkar puts in before each and every lecture that he makes. Secondly, when I joined CLRI, one of the tasks that I had, thanks to a New Millennium Indian Leather Technology Leadership Initiative program that Dr. Mashelkar introduced in CSIR during the earlier stages of 2000, was to look at the Indian rare earth capability, and I was assigned to work on rare earth based pigments. And it so happened that I could go to Asian Paints, learn the nitty-gritties of how do you make a pigment to a paint, because making pigment was easier, making a paint was not. And that training, I suppose, had subsequently led us to develop some few good pigments which are today possibly available in the market as well. And therefore, receiving this medal and delivering this lecture feels like a destiny, allowing me to honor those who have shaped my career throughout. Let me introduce to you leather. Now, if you go back and look at it, the first and foremost thing about it is that it's a byproduct of the meat industry. No animal is killed for its skin, because it's just for the meat that we kill the animal. And if you throw away the skin without converting it into a useful product, you will be creating much more pollutants and various virus and microbial problems than converting it into leather. So waste of the meat industry ultimately becomes a fashion commodity, and the starting stage is a farmer and goes into the fashion markets of the West. Now, in this process, you connect a series of people, starting from the rawhide trainer to the merchandiser, and this industry has moved from something like rupees 8 crores in 1945 to something like 60,000 crores in 2023. So we are looking at an export basket which of commodities, and in this whole chain, we involve about 45 lakh people, and most of them, especially if you are coming to the footwear industry, it is 90% women, and in other industries, averaging it out around 70% women employment. So why are we talking about this in this forum? The entire aspect of leather making is that while we can make chemicals very easily, any kind of chemicals that is required to give any kind of property to a lifestyle commodity called leather is possible. The challenge for the technologist has been, how do I get this chemical into a 3-dimensional matrix called hide or skin? And one of the biggest challenges in the hide or skin process is that it is a series of pores coming from meso to the macro pores, but all of them interconnected and entangled. And how do you get chemicals penetrated into this medium? And the challenge for this industry also has been that traditionally we have always used water as the medium to transport any chemical inside, and our principles do tell us that transport of water through a membrane like leather or a hide or skin would always mean that the concentration gradient is maintained, and you will never get 100% uptake. You will end up with the chemicals in the wastewater. So when we do this kind of processes, every stage of leather making had ended up to making some kind of a wastewater, and the challenges of this industry was how do you tackle those wastes, and subsequently some of the protein based solid waste also happened to be another challenge. So we are essentially at those kind of situation. So the primary stakeholder to the core value creator, which is the design and fashion market of the West, is what we are talking about. And one of the another things in this particular industry is again an engineering aspect, is that the raw material is sold by its weight, and you finally buy or sell it by the square feet. So any process technology that reduces the area of the hide or skin is going to be an unprofitable business, and any engineering aspect that we bring in to increase the area of the hide or skin, finally when it is sold as a leather, is what is making this industry profitable. And this is where exactly the engineering aspects come in. So what we do in CLRI is well known. We are the coordinator of the forecasting for the Indian industry. We are the only institution in the world who have the kind of 100+ scientists working in the area of leather science today. We advocate the environmental policy, investments, and global positioning of this sector. We are the propaganda promoters of zero liquid discharge, rigid salt management, and alternative preservation technologies, and so on and so forth. So let me just finish. My main focus will be on this two slides, this one and the next one. As I said, we start with the farmer, and when the animal is dead, other than the goat and sheep, which is killed for the meat, in India, we only get the dead animal for this. So when the animal is dead, the farmer goes and gives it to the butcher. Now, when he gives it to the butcher takes the meat and he has a skin. Now, the moment the animal is dead, the skin starts to putrefy. And to prevent putrefaction, while you can use any kind of chemical, the best and the cheapest chemical that is available in our country is a sodium chloride. So you put sodium chloride through an osmotic process, you make the concentration of sodium chloride outside and the sodium chloride inside higher, and you create a bacteriostatic function. Water gets replaced with the chloride, and the skin is containing now the chloride. Now, this is the skin which the tanner buys. So he is not buying the skin, he is buying the skin plus the salt. And here the first step that he has to do is to get out the salt. Now, it's not just the butcher who would put the salt. To make sure that the skin is not putrefying, everybody in the chain, as it moves, they will add more and more salt to it. So finally, the skin arrives in the tannery with about 40 to 50% sodium chloride in it. And the first thing that the tanner has to do is to rehydrate. Now, you put back fresh water, get the water concentration in the inside and the outside same, get the sodium chloride out, and now you have a saline wastewater. And that's the first challenge about this industry. Now, once that is done, the skin as a matrix contains a fat, the other non-globular proteins, etc., which are cementing the collagen fibers, and you got to break them off. So how do I do it? Again, go to the cheapest chemical, calcium hydroxide. You create an osmotic swelling there. You open up the fiber, break the protein bonds, and calcium hydroxide does its job. Sodium sulfide is a good sharpening agent which can eat away the cementing substances in the hair. Professor Pandit talked about the value of hair, keratin, and we don't want to destroy the hair, so we want only the cementing substance to be burnt away, so we use sodium sulfide. Now, once these two jobs have been done, we go to the undoing job of it, bring in a soft acid like ammonium hydroxide, and get rid of the lime and the sodium sulfide from the system. Then you prepare the system for tanning. In the past, it has been chrome tanning. Ultimately, it is just that the collagen has got a carboxyl groups and amino groups in it. You got to bind one, and please note, the collagen is the only protein which has got a triple helical structure. Dr. Ramachandran model, which would have actually come out before the double helical model, actually says it's a triple helical model, and the triple helical, each helical molecule has to be bound, cross-linked, and the carboxyl and amino groups are plenty available. Any compound that can do it is used in tanning. Chromium remained to be a favorite because of the simplicity, and subsequently it is all about aesthetic providing. If you want a glove, we make it as soft as possible. If you want an upper, we make it a little harder. If you want to have a high impact resistant boot, you get it in that manner. So anything and everything is done in the subsequent processes of retanning, fat liquoring, and so on and so forth. Now, having said about all those chemicals, I am talking about how do I bring in a change. Then this is exactly where Dr. Mashelkar's leapfrogging to the pole vaulting comes into picture, and we completely transition this industry from chemicals to enzymes. And you now have a series of enzymes which can do this process. As you can see, we bring in enzymes to completely get rid of the chemicals. So today, in most of the tannery sectors, when you go, especially in the south, you don't get that smell when your train moves through the tannery sector. So this is because we have drastically shifted towards enzymes. The challenge now with these enzymes is being that these enzymes can also attack the collagen. If they have smaller percentages of collagenase in it, they can eat away the collagen, the skin can get putrefied. And this is where the engineering aspects comes in. If we are not able to get the enzyme penetrated faster, we have to keep the enzyme activity higher, the surface collagen will get deteriorated. So to prevent that, today we are talking about nanotechnology based particles, nanoparticles as a carrier of the enzymes, or even the encapsulated delivery of enzymes, so that we can keep the enzyme activity lower and get the things moving much faster. And therefore, we talked about the bioprocessing activity, and this is something which we have done to bring this industry towards sustainability. And this gives you how the water reduction has happened. This is again based on process vessels. By modifying the processing vessels, you are able to improve the water consumption, reduce the water consumption. You can see how much we have done it in India. Of course, Tamil Nadu remains the first entry point, where you can see that by adopting zero liquid discharge, which Dr. Pandit also was mentioning, we have been able to completely recycle the water into the industry. But the challenge there has been that to do this, to remove the salinity in the water, we went to membrane-based technologies. And once you have the membrane-based technologies, the reject salt, which is there. When you get the pure water, of course, the reject salt management has become a challenge for this industry. And today we are working with institutions like CSMCRI, where we can purify this salt and give it to the chloroalkali industry. So that is something which is coming up. But if that comes up, then also adopting better energy systems for the running these common effluent treatment plants, we can reduce the specific treatment cost that is there, but otherwise the treatment cost has been on the high. Now, in terms of the paradigms to kind of look at it, industry is now started looking at carbon footprinting, because anybody who buys today a lifestyle commodity demands that you give them a carbon neutral product. Now, how do I make this industry carbon neutral is one challenge. We have been talking about chromium. To replace it, we want to go to other areas, but in between, the best of the old systems in India was to make use the tannin barks, which is the wood of this thing, where the wattle was one of the best tanning agents. But unfortunately, the European guidelines of deforestation have today come in. So we need to even take such of those wooden systems or for the non-forestry systems, wherein even if the tannin content is low, we need to have mechanisms by which we can increase the tannin content of the system. One of those, one startup which has come in, has actually concentrated the tannin by preferential concentration of tannin and removing of non-tannins. And aracanite today has become a good opportunity because we have plenty of aracanites in the country. We also have been looking at environmental sustainability, where we are looking at taking the waste of our industry, which is the dust waste which are there, and clubbing it with cotton to make threads, so that today we are having woven fabrics rather than the fabric material of leather alone. And this is something which some of my colleagues have exhibited here in that exhibit as well. And we also have been looking at how do I club palm leaves and leather together so that I can reduce the cost of the leather bags, make it more natural friendly, and those kind of things. Today in India, we have to also enable the quality control orders. Footwear that you all will be buying now in the Indian market will now be coming with the BIS mark, essentially talking about, because anything that is damaging to your feet can create issues. We being the diabetic capital of the world, the footwear is one of those areas where the diabetic foot can be getting more damaged, and we are working on those kind of things. Ultimately, as Dr. Pandit just mentioned, just not treating is what we are looking at. We are looking at converting the waste materials into value added chemicals. Just to expand on what Dr. Pandit said about keratin, we today have been able to convert the keratin hydrolysate into a fertilizer which can replace urea in the fertilizer system. We have been working with the National Agro Foundation, and one district in Tamil Nadu is completely adopted this technology, reducing the urea consumption drastically. So this is another thing which we are talking about today, about circularity. And when I speak about circularity, we are looking at waste not just from our industry but from other industries as well. Now, the paper making process, where the black liquor, which is the lignin in a degraded manner, is something which is very useful for us as an aromatic material that can fill the void spaces inside the leather fabric. Previously, we made aromatic synthans by taking a phenol or a naphthalene and condensing it with formaldehyde. With formaldehyde becoming a carcinogenic substance and not acceptable under the REACH regulations, lignin based systems, which are already a broken down lignin, the black liquor, becomes very important to us, and we are talking about such black liquors being utilized in the leather sector. Now, we are not just talking about it, and we are also talking about how do we take it to the industry. The translation processes is something which we are talking about. So if you go back and look at it, in the enzyme based hair removal or the chrome liquor recycling into such that there is no chromium in the wastewater, we have done it at commercial scales in Kolkata, Jalandhar, the industrial clusters here. The electrochemical based zero liquid discharge, this is from the raw to tanning stage. We have demonstrated it in Jajmo, Kanpur, and Dindigul in Tamil Nadu. The collagen peptides, now this is something which we are talking about. Whenever you take a hide or skin, the end parts are not usable in leather making. So you would trim it off. And if this process is done, trimming is done before the material enters into the leather industry, I can convert it into collagen peptides and take it all the way to casings or to food processing industry and those kind of things, and we have done that as well. The next one is a regenerated leather, where we are talking about the leather waste being clubbed with polymers to make fabrics. So there is more, I'll take the waste, powder it off, and do a homogeneous preparation of a fabric with the polymer, and this we have done along with the Tatas, and they call it as a Phoenix leather today in the market. And then we have also the shavings which we get from our leather. Now this contains protein, digest the chromium away, send the chromium for chrome recycling, take the protein and make it as a filler. So you don't buy new chemicals at all. So these are things which we have talked about. The RO reject is another thing which we are working on. And of course, last but not the least, converting into biogas is something which we have demonstrated in the largest, Asia's largest common effluent treatment plant in Kolkata. So I'll just switch gears and close down on this. This is just to keep you people aware of what happens. Now, any one of us who's wearing a shoe in India has a problem. Our feet compared to the Europeans or the Americans is wider in the front, what we call as the girth. Now to accommodate our feet into that shoe, we tend to go and buy one size bigger than what is actually your size. In the process, those of the women who wear a little bit of a high-heeled footwear, there is a tendency to trip. And for the men, there is a looseness in the shoe. Now this is all because India's standard was dependent upon the European and French standards since 1963. So what we did was, thanks to a support that we got from the Department of Industrial Trade and the Bureau of Indian Standards, we scanned the feet using three-dimensional scanners plus population in 79 districts of the country. And we found that India needs for every length a minimum of 3 widths to accommodate itself and get a comfortable footwear. Now when you have a comfort footwear where the length is not compromised and width is not compromised, leg would grow according to your age. Now in the absence of it, what has been happening in India has been little bit of a concern for us. The size 10 and 11 in India is reducing. What it would mean is that for a person of a given height of 6 feet plus, and if he is not getting a leg size of feet size of size 10, there is a possibility that the ratio is not maintained and your tend to fall is higher. Now by having such shoes which can expand, leather is a good viscoelastic material which can adapt to the child's growth. Now if a child at its younger age was to wear the plastic shoes, then growth is not there, and this would create more trouble. So we have now developed this new sizing system, and we hope this would make the companies come forward and adopt it. And today we are looking forward to something like India's own sizing system, and we are looking at providing for every length 3 widths so that the comfort levels in Indian footwear wearing goes to about 85+%. It was all okay till date. We did not recognize it about 10 years backward because most of us were wearing open footwear. We just had a small thread in the front and closed. But today with every one of us wearing closed footwear, this is becoming a need, and therefore if we don't adopt such systems immediately, the foot related problems would be increasing in the country. So this is something which we have recently done. And finally, to close down, I am just talking about the leather industry alone not being dependent on hides and skins. Hide and skin is a good source of collagen, and if we have the right traceability to identify from where the skin has come in, then we are talking about enabling to get collagen from the skin rather than from the bone, and converting it into health supplements, cosmetics, food and drug packaging, biochemicals, etc. And once that is done, we can also make leather from the highest quality material, because for leather the grain is important, for other activities the material is important. We can also convert the hair into soil supplements, as I spoke a little bit before, and then the leather can in turn go to fabrics. The wasted material can go to construction materials, biogas, and the good quality leather goes to higher value per square feet. So once all this is done, we are predicting that this industry, which is around a $12 billion industry today, can go to about a $40 billion industry by 2030. And the work relating to this have already commenced. There are segments of opportunity which is sitting on the top, because collagen supplement today is being sold at 2000 rupees a milligram, and it's being taken for by many people as kind of internal medicine kind, or even as anti-aging and those kind of things. So instead of depending on the bone alone, if you are able to move it to the skin level, this would be something which is very, very advantageous. So this is all that I would like to focus on in this presentation. But for all these things, the last part which I am talking about is which comes to be most important for this industry's survival, which is recyclability and biodegradability. While the plastic would take about 200 to 300 years to kind of degrade, the values that we have for the the leather is about 45 days. So any leather put into the right conditions would degrade in about 45 days, but at the same time we also have leather products which have stood for 500 years. Many of the our armory systems in the past have been found to be there for about 500 years. This is because of the tanning system that was there. The vegetable tannins, the tannin in a wood is actually created for its antimicrobial property so that pests don't attack it, and they have been used in the tanning processes in those days. So the recyclability of this material and the biodegradability is important. When I say about recyclability, I would also like to say that there was a time in India when we had cobblers everywhere in the road who would repair our shoes again and again and again, but today that is missing, and even for a small break in the footwear, we tend to throw it off and buy a new one. So this is where the sustainability is affected, but the cobbler systems have to come back, and therefore the recyclability improving. But most importantly, even institutions like NIT come into the picture here, because we have to upskill our manpower. Traditional way of leather making will not exist anymore, and it's going to be an engineering driven activity where anything from AI onwards to diffusion systems would become important for this industry's survival. So with that, let me close by saying that any of the manufacturing sectors, including leather, has to go through a constant change to adapt to the consumer desires. In our case, it's more so important because we are working with lifestyle commodities, and therefore it's very important. Remaining environmentally sustainable, viable, and socially acceptable is the need for this industry's survival. From incremental growth to pole vaulting has been our way forward. And of course, we have been able to do all these things only because of the academy research industry partnership. This industry was very fortunate in Tamil Nadu, because 1945 Anna University introduced the BTech program in leather technology. 1948 CLRA came into picture, and from then onwards we have a BTech, MTech and PhD program, wherein Anna University is the awarding of this thing. CLRA, a central government organization, is a department of leather technology of the state university. The director of CLRA becomes the HOD of the Department of Leather Technology. So that was a partnership. So we create the right HR for the industry, and in the industry, currently about 70% of Indian industry is manned by the alumni of CLRA. And they don't call themselves as alumni of Anna University, alumni of CLRA, and therefore that does build up in taking the technology to this industry. Of course, finally, but not the least, to the masters behind the growth of this industry, my pranams, and of course to IACHE and CHEMCON, my salutes. I would like to close by saying that the partnership between my institute and IACHE has been running for several years, with CLRA having one of the talks here in the name of one of our stalwart directors, Naidoma, who paved way as a chemical engineering background person to all the way for this industry to come up the ladder. He called it that it's a turning of a cottage industry into a large-scale industry of the world. Thank you very much for this.
I thank you, sir. Is there any questions? A quick question.
Thank you very much for your excellent presentation. I have just one question regarding the biodegradability of the leather. As you mentioned, certain percentage of leather are biodegradable in certain conditions. May I know what you mean that conditions under which your leather is biodegradable? And I want to know, is there any
communication or any type of know-how to the public to know which type of leather is for what conditions?
So, unlike the earlier perception, today what we have seen is that if I have to have my leather as biodegradable, the organic moiety, which is organic chemicals which are used in the system, which are not synthetically cross-linked. The moment I take small organic molecules and cross-link it to make larger molecules to fill up my void spaces, etc., my biodegradability goes down. So this is where what we have now started suggesting is that try to get the natural biopolymers and make sure that through appropriate diffusion techniques you can get them into the leather, into the hide or skin, and cross-link them there, and don't resort to formaldehyde or those kind of aldehydic strong cross-links. Keep yourself to more of hydrogen bonding and those kind of networks, then you get more of biodegradability. So
My main question is biodegradation.
Yeah.
There are three types of whether it is biodegradable in industrial composting or home composting or in the soil or in the water.
Now, in our case, we are talking about this 45-day that we are talking about is the industrial biomass,
Industrial
composite. Okay, that is what. So what we are talking about is that the person who is selling you the leather, he has to take back your product and expose it to the right microorganisms to get it degraded in 45 days. Soil composting, our data says that it takes about 120 plus days. But again, the soil microorganism have to adapt to this system.
But in India, we don't have that much.
Yes, as of now we don't have that.
I have a small question because the solid waste in leather is also having chromium.
Yeah.
And many times we have seen that people are simply chrome shavings, they burn it. So there is a danger of converting trivalent into the hexavalent, number one. And number two, I have seen a lot of paper, a lot of research where these chrome shavings or even lime flesh. So what is the real challenges so that we can translate these important solid waste into the useful energy sources?
Okay. See, the first thing is that the chromium has to be removed from the protein. And today it's much easier to remove the chromium. Either you can do an acid digestion or a alkaline treatment because the exothermicity would build by itself and get can be precipitated out. Once 95% of the chromium plus is removed, then you have a more or less free protein which can be taken into the energy side of things. You can take it for energy or you can make it to make new chemicals, whatever we want to do with the protein, we can do it. But the first step is to get the chromium out of the protein. Previously, whatever you have been talking about is something which we have been practicing about 5 years before also, is to take the material with the chromium, burn it, get into hexavalent chromium, make more problems than the new, the original problem. And
actually, what I've seen in, especially in areas like Jajmo, and I have seen people incinerating and creating a lot of pollution.
Fundamentally, you can't make a board, a leather board from chrome shavings because it's very difficult. If it was a vegetable tanned leather, people were ready to make as a board. So since it was not a selling commodity and he had to dispose it off, he thought it's the easiest thing is to burn it. Chromium as a trivalent chromium was a fantastic guy. He never did any harm to us. But the moment he became hexavalent and touched the soil, the permeability through the soil is very high and the entire groundwater in that region will get chrome 6. So today we have to completely stop this incineration processes. Anything that we do, we will have to first remove the chromium from the protein and then work with the protein.
My suggestion to you, and like being CLRI, we have to sensitize the people around tanneries also, because unintentionally they are doing it because that's the easiest thing.
Yes, that is
but they don't know what is the trade-off. So maybe as an academic fraternity also we can support.
Sure.
So we have to sensitize, and there are so many cancer cases in these Gangetic belts.
True.
I think one of the reason is this.
Yes, correct. No, the sensitization is very much essential, as I agree with you.
Thank you, sir. I thank Dr. Sriram for his useful insights on Indian leather sector, leather processing, and providing sustainable development solutions in line with the theme of our role of chemical engineering towards sustainable development and Atmanirbhar Bharat. So now may I request Professor Bajpai and Mr. Bishwanath Chattopadhyay sir, Bansal sir, and to kindly felicitate Dr. Shri Ram. A huge round of applause. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone. Moving forward, now it is a time for Deepak Group's Padam Bhushan Professor L.K. Dorai Swami ChemCon Distinguished Speaker Presentation and Award, which is presented to Professor Sir Shinde De, Department of Chemical Engineering, IIT Kharagpur. So it's an honor to introduce Professor Sir Shinde, who is widely admired for his research work on field of membrane separation, transport processes and flow through microchannels. Professor De has been commended for his invention of the low-cost arsenic filter that would extensively benefit the rural households in India. Another of his accomplishment was developing a low-cost process for spinning dialysis membrane, and after obtaining his graduation and post-graduation and doctorate from IIT Kanpur, Professor De has joined IIT Kharagpur in 1998 as a faculty member. Presently, he is INAE Chair Professor of Chemical Engineering, and Professor De has been involved in 50 research projects and has transferred 6 technologies for commercialization to 11 companies. So besides his research pursuits and teaching commitments, Professor De has also set up a spin-off company which is named TechnoQuips Separation Private Limited, and he has authored 8 books and 372 publications to his credit. Dr. Professor De owns 21 patents, and he has guided over 30 PhDs and over 60 MTech students. So with this brief introduction, may we have the pleasure of inviting Deepak Group's Padam Bhushan Professor L.K. Dorai Swami, ChemCon Distinguished Speaker, Professor De, on stage. So I welcome you, sir.
Very good morning to everyone. At the outset, I'd like to express my gratitude to ChemCon 24 organizers for inviting me and conferring this CDS Speaker Award. So I'll be talking about indigenous spinning of hollow fiber membranes and their applications. Okay. So membranes, as we know that membranes are not expensive to prepare. Okay, the major problem is the housing of the membrane. Housing of the membrane is known as the membrane modules. There are 4 types of membrane modules which are quite common and popular nowadays: Britain frame, tubular, hollow fiber, and spiral wound module. Every module will be having its own merits and demerits,
and the design of membrane module is to gain the maximum filtration area per unit volume. That makes the design very compact. Okay, nowadays the hollow fiber modules are becoming very, very important, because in hollow fiber, because of two reasons. Large number of fibers can be packed in a bigger pipe, so that in a small volume one can realize very high surface area. If the filtration area is very high, then the permeate flow rate or permeate flux will be, permeate throughput will be more. Secondly, any experiment you conduct in a small laboratory scale, that will be directly scalable if you are going for a hollow fiber module, which is not possible for the other modules like tubular and the flat sheet spiral wound module. So because of these two reasons, the hollow fiber membrane modules have become very, very important nowadays. And the preparation of the flat sheet membrane is known as the membrane casting, and the preparation of the hollow fiber membrane is known as the membrane spinning. Okay, so the spinneret is the heart of the spinning unit, which will be the causing the spinning of the hollow fibers. This spinneret is nothing but an extruder with a special arrangement, so that you will be getting a perfectly coaxial arrangement, and through the annular space the polymer flows out, and the in the inner core water flows into the whole system, and water becomes anti-solvent to the polymer. So whenever the water comes in contact with the polymer solution, polymer gets immediately solidified, forming the hollow core that runs along the length of the membrane. So one can really get then it is being allowed to fall on a gelation bath, which is again like water. So the outside surface of the hollow thread will be solidified, forming the hollow fiber, and this hollow fiber is being wound in a spool. So that is the technology. Now, we started this work back in 2009, and at that time I wanted to purchase a hollow fiber spinning unit, and no Indian company was manufacturing this. I got a contact from Amsterdam, which was costing around 2. So it's very expensive. I didn't have fund. So we started to say, what is great in that? We can design our own spinneret and spinning unit. So with that idea, we started with the needle assembly, and a good Japanese spinneret cost around $80,000. So that is the type of cost I'm talking about. So we started with the 2 disposable syringes, each costing 10 rupees, and made of different sizes, and made a special arrangement on the filing on the outside surface of the bigger needle, and then this has been, this particular arrangement has been made, and with that we came out the first version of the hollow fiber spinning unit on the right hand side, where we will be having the a spinneret produced by a 20 rupees assembly instead of $80,000 Japanese spinneret. Okay, so that was the type of cost reduction one can think of. So the major problem of the disposable syringe based spinneret is that after these are basically for the single use. So you can run, you can spin, miles after miles of the fibers. By the way, around 50 ml of the polymer solution gives around 400 meter of fiber. So I'm talking about that scale. But whenever you will be basically for single use, and one cannot, because the polymer gets solidified inside the spinneret and one has to just throw it away. So therefore we made a particular spinneret with a stainless steel body and the Teflon bush assembly, and that spinneret is having a permanent effect. You can really permanent use, you can really clean it up after the use, and this can be used in indefinite number of times. The cost of this particular spinneret is around $40,000 compared to the Japanese spinneret, which will be costing around 8 lakhs. Okay, so now let us talk about what are the major factors for the spinning conditions which will be affecting the pore size distribution of the morphology of the membrane. One is the polymer composition. First of all, that I have not mentioned is the nature of the polymer. If you are starting with the polysulfide, landing with an ultrafiltration membrane, if you are starting with the polyacrylonitrile polymer, then you will be landing with the microfiltration membrane. It's all depend on the interaction of the solvent that you are going to use and the polymer, and those interaction is quantified by something called Hansen solubility parameter. By looking at that parameter, one can really understand whether you are going to get a porous morphology or whether you are going to get a denser morphology. Okay, so the selection of the polymer composition, nature of the solvent that you are going to use, additive you are going to, whether you are using a pore constrictor like zinc chloride, or whether you are going to use a pore former like polyethylene glycol. Okay, so polymer and water flow rate, those are very important parameters. Distance between the extrusion tip to the gelation bath. If the distance is more, then the polymer, the solvent will be evaporating and it will be going to land up with a denser morphology. If less, then it will be going into the gelation bath and the solvent and anti-solvent exchange will be dominant and will be getting a more porous morphology. So all these things are there. The gelation bath composition, if it is not pure distilled water, if it is something else, let's say it is DMF, which is basically a solvent, some concentration of it, then the interaction, the exchange of the solvent non-solvent will be slowed down and you will be going to get a denser morphology. So by like winding speed, if the winding speed is faster, then the exposure of the polymer thread or the hollow fiber into the water will be less, like that. So one can really control all of these factors or land up with a morphology of the polymer, of the hollow fiber according to one's application. Now, how the membranes are characterized? There are 4 general characterizations. One is the permeability, that indicates how porous the membrane is, so that indicates the throughput of the process. Second is the selectivity, that is the retention. Okay, how selective your membrane is for the retaining a particular solute. Then the pore size molecular cutoff, that is very important because the pores that has been forming inside the membrane will not be having a unique or a very sharp distribution. It will be having a diffuse distribution. Okay, so therefore, if you go to a retailer and ask him that I would like to have a 30 nanometer pore size membrane, he is unable to simply supply you. So therefore, the easier of rating of the membrane is molecular cutoff. 10,000 molecular cutoff simply indicates that any solute which will be having a molecular beyond 10,000, that will be retained by the membrane. Anything less than that, that will be permeating through it. So if you go to a retailer and ask him, okay, I would like to procure one 5,000 Dalton membrane, cutoff membrane, he will be immediately giving you. And the contact angle, because inherently the polymer surface is hydrophobic in nature, and most of the pollutants, they are also hydrophobic in nature. Because of the similar environment, they will be sticking to the surface and following the membrane. So one of the research area in interest of the membrane technologist is that how to make the surface more hydrophilic, so that the hydrophobic pollutants will not be liking the environment to be deposited. Okay, so the hydrophilicity will be indicated by the contact angle, and lower with the contact angle, more hydrophilic the surface is, and the reverse is for the higher contact angle. So as I said, if you start with some of the snapshots of the cross section and the top surface of various membrane, if you start with a polyacrylonitrile polymer, then you will be landing with a 0.2 micron microfiltration membrane. If you start with a polysulfone, then you will be getting around 70 kilodalton cutoff membrane, that is of ultrafiltration range. Now, one can really do a surface modification by two chemicals called metaphenyl diamine and trimethyl chloride, MPD and TMC, which will react on the surface of the polymer. It is called interfacial polymerization, and forming the polyamide bonds. These polyamide linkages can be controlled by controlling the concentration of these two reactants. In other words, one can really control or fine-tune the extent of interfacial polymerization reaction and can land up with and can restrict or constrict the membrane pore size to different levels. So first example is that if you have an interfacial polymerization with 0.5 to 0.7% MPD and 0.1 to 0.3% TMC, the pore size is reduced and the molecular cutoff comes down to 35 kilodalton. If you alter, keeping the TMC fixed, alter the MPD, then it will the extent of polymerization will be, interfacial polymerization will be more, and pore size will be constricted further. Likewise, one can really control the extent of interfacial polymerization, can land up with the pore size distribution as per one's wish and application. So if you look into the curve, this is called a molecular cutoff curve. The rejection corresponding to 90% is the molecular cutoff. So one can really control the pore size distribution by controlling the interfacial polymerization reaction, can shift this curve from right to left, and one can in fact land into a nanofiltration get hollow fibered as well. Now let me talk about some of the applications. First one is the processing of the fruit juice and beverages. In any fruit juice, the industry, the application is that one has to have a long shelf life, okay, without adding any preservative or any external additive, keeping its nutritional quality and flavor and taste profile intact. So that was the objective. So typical conventional process, there is large number of steps including centrifugation, enzymatic treatment, fining treatment, diatomaceous earth, polish treatment. So each of these treatment process will be having their own objectives. I'm not going to detail in that. So in an ultrafiltration process, one can have an enzymatic treatment to remove the pectin, and then one can select a particular pore size of the ultrafiltration membrane so that two enzymes, like there is something called polyphenol peroxidase enzyme and PPO. So this PPO enzyme will basically destroy the polyphenol, and at the same time it will degrade the juice. Okay. So therefore, one has to select an ultrafiltration membrane so that this polyphenol peroxidase will be completely removed. So I'll give an example. It is the processing of tender coconut water. Here the objective is one, it has to be the microorganisms, cell debris, high molecular protein, and polyphenol peroxidase enzyme need to be removed, okay, by a proper selection of ultrafiltration membrane. And if you look into the shelf life, the ultrafiltered product will be having a shelf life for 120 days, for almost 4 months under normal refrigeration condition. If you do a preservative, then with 43 days in normal refrigeration, pasteurization and sterilizations, they are typically not recommended because they are heat treatment. We would like to avoid heat treatment because heat treatment will be spoiling, it will be completely destroying the taste and the flavor profile. Also the vitamins will be completely destroyed. So we put up a mini plant of 80 liter per hour capacity to one of the processing unit in Coimbatore. Initially they had this this pink color juice, which is basically the spoiled one after the oxidation by the polyphenol peroxidase. After putting our system, they are now selling the clean juice, and this is available in the Indigo flights typically in Bombay, Pune, Goa sides. So next I will be talking about the pan alumina nanoparticle mixed matrix membrane for the nitrate removal. Here the idea is that if you would like to remove the small sized molecules like arsenic, fluoride, nitrate, etc., so you have to go for a reverse osmosis membrane, which will be again energy intensive, expensive, so on and so forth. So throughput will be less. If you can select an ultrafiltration membrane where the matrix will be incorporating the particular adsorbents, nano-sized adsorbents, so that the smaller sized molecules will be absorbed on the membrane surface, but at the same time the filtration, normal filtration will be occurring. It will be getting higher throughput because the pore size is larger for ultrafiltration membrane and can operate at lower transmembrane pressure drop, therefore at lower energy cost. So that was the advantage of any mixed matrix membrane. So we developed the pan alumina nanoparticle mixed matrix membrane for the nitrate removal. Then I'll be coming to this nanofiltration grade hollow fiber later on. Okay. Then we have developed the carbon nanoparticle embedded mixed matrix membrane for the organic like phenol removal, and we tested with the steel plant effluent where there are lots of phenol. Okay. But the major problem of this type of membrane is that they are adsorptive in nature. That means as far as they are, so the membrane will be acting like an adsorption bed. It shows a breakthrough type of behavior. Once its capacity will be gone, it will be again regenerated. So therefore, what we did later on, we developed an in situ illumination assisted ultrafiltration. It's basically photo membrane reactor, where we have developed titanium dioxide incorporated nanoparticle membranes. Okay, and whenever in presence of light, visible light, the phenolic compounds will be coming and hitting on the surface of the membranes. Because of the photoelectric effect, they will be degraded, and therefore they will not getting adsorbed into the membrane surface, because getting into the membrane surface they will be degraded to the decomposed to carbon dioxide and water. Okay, so therefore the flux decline will be less. So if you see the last curve on the right hand side, the permeate flux drops down not much from 34 to 24 units. This is because since it's an industrial effluent, there is a deposition of different higher size pollutants, but there is a steady flux after that. There is no long term flux decline, because here we are avoiding adsorption, we are basically promoting degradation because of the presence of photoelectric degradation because of the titanium dioxide nanoparticle. Now, as I said, the adsorptive mixed matrix membranes, the major problem is its capacity will be gone after some time, and then one has to basically regenerate the membrane. Now, how long you will be, what is the frequency of regeneration? So one can really do a CFD type of analysis. We have developed a master curve for that. For having a breakthrough volume, let's say 10 to the power 4 or 10 to the power 5 liter, okay, then how many number of fibers, what will be the length of the fibers will be required, okay. So what I mean is that the breakthrough time should be delayed as much as possible. From some days it should be delayed up to 1 year or so. That will indicate that the membrane life is 1 year. Okay, so now I'll come back to the nanofiltration grade hollow fibers. The nanofiltration grade flat sheet membranes you have all heard about, but very few companies throughout the whole world. Only one company in Singapore, they are producing the nanofiltration grade hollow fiber, but its long-term behavior is not satisfactory. So in our case, we are the first group in our country who have developed the nanofiltration grade hollow fiber, and this particular hollow fiber will be applicable for the removal of the TDS of the inland water, for the brackish water where the TDS is in between. Mostly they are calcium and the sulfate TDS, calcium and magnesium hardness, and anything between 800 to 1200 ppm, this can be brought down below 500 ppm, that is the BIS standard. And as I said, that the long-term behavior was not looked into the other membranes. So here we have checked up to 100 hours. In fact, this is less. We have checked the membrane cartridge for several months and showed whether the performance is more or less okay or not. The last example I will be talking about the hemodialysis. Now, the fibers of the major business of the hollow fiber membranes is the hemodialysis cartridge. Okay, 99% of the whole business throughout the whole world is the hollow fiber is the hemodialysis cartridges. So for an adult person having a body weight beyond 60 kg, one require 1 meter cube of surface, 1 meter square of surface area for the typical hemodialysis cartridge, and these cartridges are only available marketed by 4 companies throughout the whole world. They have the monopoly. Membrana is the Fresenius, the German company, is the market leader, followed by the Membrana and of US company, and Baxter, that is also US company. Then Nippur and Gambro, these two are the South Korean and Japanese companies. The typical cost of these cartridges are basically around 1500 to 2500 rupees based on the origin of the country and their performance. Now in India, we do not have our own hemodialysis cartridges because we didn't have the capability of producing the hemodialysis fibers. And what is the difference of these fibers to the actual water treatment hollow fibers? There is a huge difference. For the hollow fibers used for the water treatment, the internal diameter is around 600 micron and outer diameter around 1200 micron. But in case of the hemodialysis fibers, the internal diameter is 180 to 220 micron and wall thickness should be 30 to 40 micron. These are sacrosanct. Why? Because in a typical cartridge, there are around 8,000 number of such fibers, okay, packed in a tube of around 20 centimeter length. And this 20 centimeter length is also sacrosanct. Throughout the whole world, the machine is same. Hemodialysis machine, the cartridge has to be fitted into that machine. Anything something less or something more will not be acceptable. So now, for such big number of fibers, packed in a cartridge, there will be a residual volume of the blood. What is the residual volume? N into pi d square by 4 into L. And lower be the residual volume, better it is. And doctor's prescription is, since you cannot avoid the residual blood, the minimum value should be 75 ml. Although they inject heparin, that is the anticoagulant, they said that anything above 75 ml will lead to larger probability to blood clotting. And if there is a blood clotting into the hemodialysis cartridge, the blood flow will be blocked. If the blood flow will be blocked, what will happen? There will be build up in pressure in the patient's body and patient will be having a cardiac arrest. So doctor's prescription is 75 ml. That is the residual volume. Now, if you really calculate 75 ml is equal to n by n into pi d square by 4 into L, L being 20 centimeter, n being around 8,000. Now you can really calculate now that the diameter turns out to be 200 micron. That is the magic figure. 200, it is hair thin fiber, and there is a hollow core inside, and the wall thickness 30 to 40 micron is very, very important, because if it is less than 30 micron, then because of the fluctuation of the blood pressure, so typical blood pressure for an ill patient will be anything above 150 millimeter mercury. So there is more than 2 atmospheric pressure. With that fluctuation of the blood pressure, if the thickness is less, the fibers will rupture open. If the fiber will be rupturing open, then there will be blood leakage, and that is a problem. And the doctors typically said the procedure of the hemodialysis should be not beyond 3.5 to 4 hours. If anything beyond that, then there may be complications arise in the patient's body. So if the thickness is beyond 40 micron, then the passage of urea and creatinine from the blood will be taking more time. So therefore, this 30 to 40 micron wall thickness is very, very sacrosanct. So with that, what we did, we developed our own spinneret. And in fact, back in 2011, the Department of Science and Technology gave same project to 3 groups, one from IIT Kharagpur, one to another to IIT Bombay, another third one to Anna University. And we were the first group who came out with the indigenous spinning of the hemodialysis fibers. And then we compared the various factors with the market leader Fresenius, and we have found out that our material is at par with the quality of different parameters for the Fresenius membranes. And there are different grades of the hemodialysis fibers. For example, 6 kilodalton, 12 kilodalton and 16 kilodalton. There is another variety, 44 kilodalton, that is for the myeloma patients. For the myeloma patients, nothing but the blood cancer, there is a particular protein that has been generated in the blood that needs to be excluded from the blood, cleared out from the blood. And that particular protein is having a molecular weight around 46,000 Dalton. So around 40,000 Dalton. One has to have a membrane with an appropriate pore size, so that that particular protein will be cleared out from the blood, but not human serum albumin. That is the integral part of the blood. So human serum albumin is having a molecular weight around 69 kilodalton. So this particular membrane will be having a molecular cutoff in between, but close to 40 kilodalton. So we developed that membrane. It's very expensive compared to the hemodialysis ordinary cartridge, which costs around 2,500 rupees at retail market, any medical shop. This particular cartridge costs around 50,000 rupees, around 48 to 50,000 rupees. So that is the cost analysis. Okay. So we come up with the pediatric dialyzer prototypes, and you see, since we do not have the capability of the producing the hemodialysis fibers and cartridges in our country, even the casing is not there in our country. So this particular casing that we have got from a company in Chennai, who are producing, packing the hollow fibers in that particular casing for the pediatric patients and for other uses. So we have got that particular casing and packed with our fibers, and then these have been tested by the on the diabetic dogs as subjects in the Madras Veterinary College. So I come to a conclusion that we have developed different types of affordable hollow fiber technologies, including having various applications from juice clarification, wastewater treatment, water treatment, so on and so forth. At the end, I would like to stress that for any technology development, you need not to have a rocket science. One can really improvise the existing systems. Those are available in the nature. If you really understand what is the underlying scientific principle, you can really develop something which will be useful and can have enormous outreach capability. That is very important. If you develop a technology which will be very effective but is expensive, it can be afforded by a selective people of the society, then the technology doesn't have any meaning. On the other hand, without compromising the quality of the technology, if you have developed something which can even being afforded by a marginal person living in a remote village, then that will be the success of the technology. Thank you very much for your kind attention. If you have any queries, I'll be very glad to answer. Yes.
How precisely in hollow fiber you are controlling the diameter around there are 200 micrometers and wall thickness 40. What is the techniques used?
It's basically the if you select an appropriate sizing of the needles in the extruder, that is a spinneret. It depends on that, number one. Number two, you have to select a combination. In fact, you don't have much choice about the selection of the polymer, solvent, etc., because they should be having the biocompatibility test and the hemocompatibility test, and these are throughout the whole world the same composition is used. It's basically the operating conditions, the flow rate of the solvent, the flow rate of the, if like the distance between the tip and the gelation bath. If the distance is higher because of thin down, if the distance is lower, then it will be landing with a larger diameter polymer. So by optimizing all these parameters, operating conditions, one can land up with that particular dimension of the fiber what we are looking for.
General questions. The hemodialysis, this hollow fiber unit, how many times it can be used?
See, yes, that is a very good question. In fact, these cartridges should be used for one time. And European and American countries, they are using the cartridge, hemodialysis cartridge, for single use. And what happens after that? These cartridges are then washed, and then they are going back to the sub-Saharan countries, in African countries, for multiple uses. Since as I said, that cost of the cartridges is between 1500 to 2000 rupees. But if you go to a central hospital, they'll be giving a cartridge 500 rupees. But if you go to a retailer price, next shop, medical shop to the hospital, he will be charging you 2500 rupees. So somebody must be bearing the cost. So that means that cartridges available in the hospitals, they're highly subsidized by the government. Okay. So for in our country, since this will be expensive, because a typical kidney failure patient will be requiring 3 to 4 times dialysis, sometimes in a week. Okay, so it will be expensive affair for him to purchase new cartridge every time. So doctors use the cleaning solution. There's a particular cleaning solution available that washes and cleans the cartridge, and it's used for 3 to 4 times for the same patient in our country. But we should remember that after every use, the efficiency, because of the pore blocking, the efficiency of the cartridge is lost by 30%. That means in order to have the same efficiency, the next time the patient should be exposed to 30% more time to the procedure.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Dev, for the great presentation. That I am really glad, because this is like the food processing industry, effluent gas, as well as the biomedical application. So my question is with regards to the fiber, mechanical strength. I know that is very important whenever the flow is happening. How much you are sure that day in, day out, all the materials are having the kind of whatever the desired mechanical strength, and that has been maintained throughout? That is my first question. And the second question, are these already in the marketplace by some companies? These are my two questions.
Yes. So this the first question is that your mechanical strength. So there are two types of mechanical strength we are talking about here. One is the tensile strength, and one is the bursting strength. If there is a pressure fluctuation, whether the fibers will be bursting at that particular maximum pressure, producing the hollow fibers with the indigenous spinnerets. Recently they have taken, but the production unit has not come up till now. And with the government funding, we are going to set up a very big plant, semi-commercial plant, in University of in BITS Goa in another 6 months for the hollow fiber spinning.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. So now I invite Bishwanath Chattopadhyay sir, Bajpayee sir, Bansal sir to kindly felicitate Professor Shinde. A huge round of applause. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So moving forward, now CSIR NCL's Padam Bhushan Professor K. Venkat Raman ChemCon Distinguished Speaker Award 2024 is presented to Professor S.K. Sharma. Green Buildings and Thermal Energy Storage, a doctorate in chemical engineering from Punjab University and University of Florida, US. Over the last 4 decades, Professor Sharma has treaded many paths in the domain of academia, research, development, transfer, consultancy, and so on with great accomplishments. An emeritus professor, former dean of university instructions and founder director of Energy Research Center, Professor Sharma was also a visiting professor at University of Florida. Professor Sharma's reputation across the globe is evident in the fact that the green technology developed by him has been successfully transferred to a large number of countries in the Asia Pacific region under the aegis of UNICEF, FAO, WHO, Commonwealth Secretariat, etc. During the tenure of Dr. Manmohan Singh's prime ministership in India, Professor Sharma was invited to be a member of his advisory committee. Many awards and honors have come his way, including Fulbright Fellowship, Ford Foundation Fellowship, US Aid Fellowship, Surya Award, Punjab University Distinguished Alumnus Award, and so on. A former president and a life fellow of IICHE, Professor Sharma has been conferred upon a number of distinguished awards from the institute, including prestigious BP Godrej Lifetime Achievement Award. He is a fellow of Institution of Engineers and member of the executive committee of World Chemical Engineering Council, besides several other professional memberships. So with this introduction, may I have pleasure of inviting Professor Sharma on dais. I welcome you, sir.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. I am grateful to the Institute of Chemical Engineers for giving me this privilege to addressing you. Can I have some water? Well, my topic is circular economy for sustainable chemical industry. Sustainability has become a buzzword ever since the climate change issue has come up. Up till now, most of the sustainable development issues have been on a linear fashion, that you produce something, whatever is the waste, you maybe purify it and discard it. And over the time, it has been felt that our resources, economic resources, and wastage should be reutilized, and the concept of circular economy came into picture. I am lucky that I have been associated with this area since very inception, and being the chairman of ISO India Mirror Committee, I had been associated in developing the first 3 standards of ISO in circular economy. Now, India has become a very, very important area for circular economy. This is the first time in the history of this country that Government of India has selected 11 different sectors, and each ministry has been dedicated to that one sector. They will look after its propagation, funding its technologies, and also making rules and regulation. Unfortunately, chemical industry has not been selected as one of the area, although it is one of the most important you could say, component of the development. That's why I chose this particular topic for my oration. Because this is a new area, so in my particular presentation, I will seek what is this circular economy, because there is very large misnomers. Number two is that what are its impact which is going to be on the Indian economy. I'm basically, because data is not available, I have to work very hard to get that particular data. That what is the impact, what is the future development, and what are the basic, you see, areas which need to be strengthened, and these are the topics which I am going to do it in this. Now, definition, you see, before these standards came in, there are thousands of definition of circular economy. Everybody was giving its own definition, and so ultimately, it basic idea is that the manufacturing, you see, process should be reuse, resharing, further manufacturing, recycling, and all the systems should be in the circular manner. And ISO in the new standard has not defined it as a economic system that uses a system approach to maintain a circular flow of resources by recovering, retaining, or adding their value while contributing to sustainable development. So this is basically only a few months ago this standard has come up. So I thought that let me share it. So now this is the standard definition of this circular economy which has been taken care of it. Now, why circular economy? Number one is that it has strategic and critical raw material. Up till now, it is you use waste and throw it either in the you see waste basket. Job avenues, because of the circular economy, job you see avenues have increased. I'll give you the figures that what are the possible things over there. Then is the lot of material is imported, virgin material, and as it goes on, the amount of the virgin material available as we are throwing it, it becomes lesser and lesser. Then is the environmental advantages of low ecological footprints, social benefit for conflict of the mining area. This is one of the areas that if we are using the mine material, there is a lot of problem which is now coming for granting the lease to the mining factories. Cost benefit in product. And last one is the border tax benefit. This is a new area which I think I propagated. Earlier, there used to be a border carbon tax, but I think in a few years, maybe next year itself, there will be a circular component, percent of circularity in a particular product. And the European Union is going to put up these particular taxes that any material, whether it is plastic, whether it is cotton, whether there is, that what is the percentage of the circularity of this, that the waste has been re-put into that particular system. So this is a very important area. So now my focus will be on India. Niti Ayog, this is the first time I told you that they suggested around 11 areas as far as these are the material waste which include municipal solid waste, liquid waste, scrap metal, electronic waste, batteries, solar panels, agriculture waste, end-of-life vehicles, and the plastic waste. So these are the areas which have been shortlisted by the Government of India, and each area has been attributed to one ministry, Government of India, and they have been given the mandate that they will look after the propagation of this circular economy in that particular area, make rules and regulations for that. Then next is that the nodal or Government of India. So this is basically. Now these are the three new standards which have come a few months ago, and we spent around 4 years, 190 experts from 82 countries to make these standards, and it took around 3.5 to 4 years to do it. And these standards are on terminology, because there was, they say 1 million models. Everybody was making its own model. So it has to be standardized. In order to standardize that, so the first standard ISO 59004 is the terminal principles and guidelines. And the second one is the guidance for business model and value network. It means that how to convert a linear system into a circular system. So this particular standard gives the ideas that how to the existing. And India played a very important role. I was the chairman of the circular, this TC 323 ISO committee. And we put the condition that we will allow this standard to become a universally affected standard if this is made modular. It with this, because most of the ISO standards, basically what they do is that it is only for big industries, and India put a condition that we will allow it to be unanimously approved if you make it modular, that it could be used for MSMEs, that small, medium, high-scale industries. So this is one of the very few standard after 14001, which became, I was associated with that also, which has become the model standard so that the developing countries could use them. And third one is the very important, that is how to measure, assessing the circularity. This is what is going to become very important, that on every product, especially for the export industry, you have to be there. And so there's a lot of work which need to be done, and this is a quite elaborate work, and it is going on. Now, I'll give you one particular flow sheet, because there is a lot of misconception. What is a circular economy? Some people say, okay, at the end of the product, you do it again, do it again. Now, this is a case study. This is actual company which is in Mauritius, and one of my friends, he is looking after that. So it is basically the refinery, because Mauritius has a large amount of sugarcane production. So this was the first process earlier, that you have a cane, you have the raw sugar, and you refinery, and refined sugar goes in. So then came the next step. Next step was that what you do is that you take some of the, you require some energy to do it. So what you do is you have the energy, you produce the steam, and the bagasse which is produced, now it is, cogeneration has become very important in sugar industry. Rather, every industry, sugar industry is now going in for the cogeneration. And sometimes they say that we get more profit from cogeneration than from the sugar itself. And then is that all electricity goes back, and molasses also comes out. Lot of molasses is being sold, and you get the coal, etc. over there. Then the second circular component was this, that there is a lot of fly ash which is coming. So you take out the fly ash, and what you do is, then what you do is that you burn that particular fly ash, because there is a lot of carbon which is left into that, and if that particular fly ash goes, it is not very difficult, easy to use that. So this is the second component of circularity. Then the third one is that this all carbon is burnt out, and all the energy is used to produce the electricity, and whatever is the fly ash, it is being used to with the cement additive, and they are making the building blocks for building the houses. And also that whatever steam is coming over there, coal is there, so what is the carbon dioxide? This is very important. So this carbon dioxide, they are having a fermentation industry, and carbon dioxide which is being used, so they are converted biomethanol, and carbon dioxide is also going. I may tell you that one of the first companies in Asia, there's a Tuticorin Chemicals. What they were doing is that carbon dioxide from a brewery, they are making soda ash with it. And the person said, I didn't take any loan from the government. I spent my own money. And his problem is that the carbon dioxide which is available, because from the brewery, the carbon dioxide is very pure carbon dioxide. And he says, I can't expand my ban. So now this is the, for another area, carbon capture, and use. So this carbon dioxide is also being used there in that particular company. And then after that is that whatever is the rest material they are producing biogas and the fertilizer. So this is basically a complete actual working our system of circular economy. There is absolutely nothing which is going out from the factory except for the products. For example, cement blocks, for example, alcohol, biofuel, etc. So everything else is basically circular. So that is the basic phenomena, that any particular chemical industry which need to become circular, they has to go by this particular route. So key circular practices in the industries are chemical sector, the recycling, these are the ones which need to be taken care of it, recycling of the solvents, waste heat recovery, in textile, recycling of the fiber, eco-friendly dyes, plastics, advanced sorting, plastic to the fuel or for the reuse, and the metal, scrap metal, utilization, energy efficiency. So these are the savings. You see, if you are by the circular economy, 20%, 15%, 18%, 25%, agro, these are the resource saving. That is the resource which is going on to, you can save it. And the potential gain is rupees 100 billion, 75, 90 and 100. These are the actual calculations which have taken over there, that if you use these, how much you are going to save. Next one is economics of it. And energy efficiency, by increasing the energy efficiency, it has been estimated that you can, save around 20,000 to 25,000 crores annually, and lower energy intensity. Then carbon tax. This is another one that if you reduce the emission, the carbon tax reduction could be 10,000 to 12,000 crores per year. And the penalties are also there. There's a local penalty, export penalty, etc. And now you can have the other ones. Waste management cost. So the estimate has been 5,000 to 7,000 annually. Now there is a great potential for export, because sustainable material export, everybody, if you want to export anything, if it is made by a sustainable process, the cost is higher. You can get more amount of money for that, and also the border carbon taxes or the border circularity sector are going to be there. So it is expected that the chemical products we could have around 75,000 to 100,000 crore rupees could be additional income for the country. And this export subsidy is also there. The government is proposing to promote it. Recycled plastics, 25,000 to 30,000 crores, and high demand for high quality recycled polymer in international market. You know it pretty well. Textile fiber. So this is a very large amount that if they are been made by the circular processes, the amount of the money in the export is very large. Metal scrap, this is also one of the very important areas, 60,000 too. So this is basically the advantage. That's why the government has done so many sectors under the purview, that they feel that for the Indian economy, this is going to be a very big game changer. And Niti Ayog is coordinating all these particular activities. So these are the one particular, I have tried to make one graph out of that in petrochemical material I have already told you, water saving, energy saving and carbon emissions. So circular economy advantage in percentage saving in different particular sectors by using the circular economy are enormous. Next is the resource saving in chemical, textile and other materials, and the energy saving and job creation. This slide is basically for that if you are using the circular economy, so many million new jobs in different sectors can be created because your process is modified, more people are coming into picture. And indirect savings are also there. That is the carbon reduction, resource saving, etc., which have already done. Now, there are companies in India already. There is a number of companies which are now making using the circular economy. For example, solar panel. Now they are refurbishing. There is a now full industry which is coming. Government has also now made the rules that all the panels, solar panel which used to throw, they have to be recycled. Or windmills for you see, textile. They are the first companies which have started recycle denim and other. Then KK Plastics is another one, recycling for road construction. What they are doing is that they are doing it. And also the metal recycler, they are the biggest you see users of this. But then there is a problem. The recycler which produce the material, its specifications sometimes they vary. And what main user, when they are giving it to the main user, there is always a fight between them. So now at Bureau of Indian Standards, we are trying to make the standard for the secondary material so that there is a seamless movement of the recycled material which is going to the main industry, in metal industries, in other also. So standardization is one of the most important area as far as is concerned. So this is a little one where what are the opportunities, what are the challenges. So basically is what are the challenges is the high cost for sustainable fiber and recycling technology. For the plastics, one is I was discussing with him that the multi-layer plastic, because if you are doing the complete recycling, you can use it for other products, but in order to reuse it in the system, it will require the new technologies. Then is the food also, that initial cost, regulatory measures need to be there, which food ministry is trying to bring in, and high cost of the cold storage facilities and valorization. This is another area which need to be taken into consideration. And petrochemicals from bio-based feedstock or the energy efficient technologies, automotive is a lack of collection, but now the rules have been framed, that new rules, that how you have to recirculate them. And the construction, for example, the city where I live, nobody is allowed to dump the building material outside. There is a fine, 10,000 rupees if somebody is found that he is. So all that material is going to go to a central facility, and they are making the blocks, they are making the sand also out of that, and they give you at a very, if you give around 1 ton, they will give you a product free of cost over there. So this is how the circular economy is going to be done. And Chandigarh is one of the first cities where there is a 100% ban on dumping the solid waste from the building, and everything is, they are making blocks, giving it for the buildings at very subsidized rates, roads, pavers blocks, etc. So this is one of the other areas. This is the about the one that the percentage of the total you see recycling rates, out of the total 100%, 56% of the plastic local is recycled, textile 6.5, and metal is 37%. Well, this is a comparison with other countries. We have a long way to go. We have a long way to go. For India, recycling rate is only 19%. EU is 47, and a new tax is going to come in. So from that point of view, the government of India is moving in a very fast manner that for protect our exports, that recycling rate must be done. Material circularity only 11%. It is quite good. For example, basically metal. Waste to energy conversion 7%. Industrial waste utilization only 22%. So there is a need for the circular economy to look at this. And the carbon dioxide reduction potential. So this is where through circularity that we can reduce. We are still at a very lower rate, and we have to go very far. And what are the barriers? Awareness is one of them. This lecture basically I wanted to give you that awareness is very important, training financial constraint. Now the government of India has started giving subsidies and also loan at very low rates. Technology gap, this is a very important area. I think the people who are sitting over here, it will be better that you are going to get lots of grants, because all these ministries which are looking for different areas, they have put in a lot of money saved for putting the new projects. So kindly, instead of doing mundane work, try to develop the projects based on the circular one and the Niti Yog. All of them, they are trying to promote it. Supply chain is also very. You see, India problem is that we have Kuwadiwalas. And this now I am now trying to make a new standard for circulation. What happens is, for example, a refrigerator, we sell it to Kuwadiwala. His only job is to ensure that the copper pipe which is there in the freezer, he is only interested in that. Rest he will throw the plastic here, everything over there. So now the government of India has already made the line that these refrigerator, electronic goods, etc. So the producer has been given the responsibility that whatever product you sell, it will be your duty to take it back. And for that they have a separate law. Then they will go to the recyclers. So for that the government has given them a lot of grants to recycle that material, because components, individual component bring much more money than throwing all of them. And also their reuse is better. So that is also the Central Pollution Control Board has already made the regulations, and there is going to be a penalty. And after I think 2 years or so, 100% of the material which is being sold by these big companies, they have to take back that. Instead of the Kuwadiwala, indirectly, what they are doing is they are training the Kuwadiwalas that okay, you do it, we'll give you the money, and you bring it in this particular fashion, come over there. And there is a new industry of recyclization which is coming up over there. So that is there. And the future projections, this is also very important. I did some work on this. So it has to be doubled by 2030 at 40 to 80. Textile also need to be done, plastic 50 to 90, metal. And that's where I think a lot of technology will be required, a lot of money will be required to do that, and there's a lot of opportunity for research also. And this is the impact. The government of India, why it? Because Alan MacArthur, they did a study for India, and they said that we can increase the GDP quite a lot. And for petrochemical, it has been suggested that 0.8%, textile 0.3%, and job creation, there's so many million jobs could be created if the circular economy is taken into consideration. And this is the economic savings which are there, and opportunity for other areas, automobile, water. This is how by these particular areas has been selected by the different ministries. Automobile industry, there is a potential for 25,000 crores, and for the water recycling 15,000, construction 30,000 crores, e-waste and energy. So that's why these particular areas have been selected. Thank you very much. Any question? Yeah.
Thank you very much for your excellent presentation, Professor Sharma. And now everybody is trying to go to recycling area. And if you see this recycling, it is more than 100 years chemistry. And as you rightly pointed out, recently European Union had made a rule that 25% of the automotive parts should contain recycled plastics. And out of that 25%, 6.5% would be circular plastic. What I mean by circular plastic, if you are using automotives, that 6.5 must come from the scratch or recycled automotive parts. But in my observation, what I see currently, the recycling plastic is costly than the virgin plastics. Once you are tried to incorporate recycled plastic and make a final product. Not only automotive industry, now packaging industry are also moving. Now Coca-Cola and other company telling that your plastic bottles should also contain recycled plastic. So let's say in the recycled plastic area, PET and polyethylene is the only two polymer that is now accepted by recycling facilities. And PET people are telling our PET will not be taken by for another use in another industry. Now my question to you, what do you think it will be possible once the cost of the, and if you see the extended use, extended, what is that called? Extended producer responsibility.
EPR.
But in the EPR system, the only SC, SME, they are poor people. And once they are dealing with the recycling, the cost is becoming higher, whereas the big giant like Dow, BSF, they are not coming to the rescue. So in no way, unless this big giant being held responsible, our recycling content in the final product is not going to happen. So in this case, I think government policy, carbon tax, unless those things is happen, it will again stay in a story and we will only talk about the circularity. So those are the key points if we want to incorporate the secondary material in our final product. So what is you being a leader, or you are taking a leadership in India in ISO, what will be your best recommendation to government to make it feasible, to include the recycled content in your final, whether it is a packaging or whether it is a automatives. In the packaging there are two things, because there are food packaging constitute maximum amount. And in the recycle post-consumer is not going to help because you have to get FDA approval and so on. Only post-industrial plastic might be easier for incorporated in food packaging. But in other, when post-consumer are being used, it will be very tough, number one, cost-wise, number two, for food packaging applications. What is your opinion, or what you would like to recommend to government once you are leading this ISO standard?
The government of India has already earmarking, they are now trying, not one particular, what they are going is, they are now having a cluster approach. That circular economy cluster approach, and what they are now doing is that already the sites have been selected. There will not be one. There will be a cluster, for example, plastic, there will be one cluster. For metal, there will be another cluster. And the government testing, because testing is the most important. So testing and technology transfer, and the loans are given at a very subsidized rate. Already they are doing it. And the big manufacturers also are helping them, because there is a, you see, rope in their neck, because they have to put so much recycling system. So the big industry is also coming into picture. And the BIS is also making these standards, that so that the product which is made, it is fit for export and also fit for utilization. Yeah, there.
Yeah, excellent presentation and the discussion too. You have mentioned about solar panels. There are also large windmill blades that are broken. Right now on my desk I have the problem or solutions to address this one. What are you actually doing with this? The recycling, when you say recycling means recovering the metals or reusing, and what are the disposal has to be completely eliminated. And the other thing is simultaneously for the large windmills, is there any proposal or what they are doing? Thank you.
Already, you see, there are two companies in the world which has the best possible recyclization of the solar technologies, which are by 10% more. 10% more or so. So this is one. Number two is, then they have a technology, because all these cells are laminated. So there is a process to, you see, remove the lamination, and then those particular cells are still very good. Our problem is basically lower efficiency comes in because of the glass lamination. So, sorry. So now those particular cells are refurbished also, because otherwise the life of a silicon cell is very, it is huge. Only thing is that where the soldering goes out. So now what is done is that now the technologies are coming, that if there is a problem with the soldering, etc., so they will do it, refurbish those particular standard, again make the new standard. And the you see basically laminates also are recyclable. So this is going to become 100%. All the manufacturers are been told that there won't be any throwing of these particular material, and they have to be recycled. And you will see that in a few years, all because this is going to be a graveyards of these solar panels. We are going as far as the renewable energy in India is one of the leaders. And that is where it is that this particular technology is important.
So thank you, sir, for the great overview in the Indian context and the standard, like in comparison to the global. So with all this discussion, I have a little question about, whatever is happening, all is happening in the higher level, like whether industry, government and other, but how much of the regular consumers who are the real drivers, like whether the waste management will happen or the sorting will happen, and do you think the knowledge is there with the consumers? They are the major power to control this. So, and what is happening, what the government is planning to do to make it happen?
That's what you see, they have given the now responsibility to the manufacturers. That manufacturers will be responsible for recycling everything, and then, for example, the BIS and IAS is coming. So now eco-mark is coming. That any particular product, for example, in India, every electricity based system has to have IS mark. So similarly, for these also, they are going to ensure that there is a eco mark already. We are not trying to make a new standard, where I am trying to converge the eco mark with the circular parameters, KPIs. You see, there are 20-30 KPIs for the eco mark. So we are trying to now add circular you see KPIs also, so that a new eco mark will have a environmental as well as the circular component over there. That's what I think I am preparing already, that particular standard. We have a committee, I am the chairman of that. We are trying to hurry up that the standardization is the buzzword for circular economy. Without it, it is going to go haywire. And we are working. This is the first time Bureau of Indian Standard had made a you see coordination committee, where all 16 divisions for circular energy, all 16 divisions are a part of that particular committee. So I'm working very hard on that. And India has already made India circular economy standard for secondary material. Around 20 standards have already been made. We will take a lead. Don't worry.
Thank you very much. This is very important and timely. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your kind words on circular economy for a sustainable chemical industry, and rightly highlighting the barriers in promoting circular economy. So may I now request Mr. Bishwanathan sir and Professor Bajpai sir, Professor Bansal sir, Professor Jha sir to kindly felicitate with a token of gratitude to Professor Sharma. A huge round of applause. Many congratulations, sir.
I'm really proud. All my students have done so well that
A huge round of applause. Thank you, sir.
So we'll start valedictory function shortly after dais arrangement. Due to this, you know that there is a local strike. Many people have to leave, and some have already.
Sustainable design, that we should have a circular design criteria at the design itself. That will help, as the question came in, that no waste product, again you see design a particular process to reuse it over there. So if you are designing a particular process, the circularity should become a part of any chemical process which is being designed. Thank you.
So thank you, sir. So that just will take 5 minutes. Then we'll start. So all are requested be seated so that before lunch we will complete the formal valedictory session, and technical session will be continued till the lunch. And whatever the awardees and technical session, the poster presentation session results will be published in the website. Okay. छः है ना, तो एक थोड़ा और कर दीजिए, हो जाएगा, हो जाएगा, हो जाएगा, और थोड़ा कर दीजिए ना, इतना कर, इधर इधर
Good afternoon to one and all present here. On behalf of our entire organizing team, I welcome you all to the valedictory ceremony of 77th annual session of Indian Institute of Chemical Engineers, CHEMCON 2024. So over the last 4 days, we have had a deep insight into various research areas of our conference, and participants from various regions have discussed best practices for dealing with different issues in chemical engineering. Our eminent speakers suggested possible solutions to the various issues and a wide range of ideas that we can opt for. So, in a nutshell, we can say that these days have witnessed a vibrant exchange of ideas, a showcase of cutting edge research, and a celebration of innovation in the field of chemical engineering. These 4 days have also reminded us of the great adage on success, that success is not measured by the glowing glories we receive, but by the many obstacles that we overcame. And let this be our great mantra as we march to our glorious destiny. So, with these words, now I take this opportunity to invite the dignitaries on the dais. Our chief guest of this ceremony, Dr. K.J. Sriram, Director CLRI. I request them to kindly come on dais, please. Vice President Srimati Sheilaji, President-elect Professor Ajay Bansalji, and Dr. Avijit Ghosh, Director IICHE Training Institute, and Chairman NOC National Organizing Committee Shri Bishwanath Chattopadhyay ji, Chairman LOC Local Organizing Committee Professor M.K. Jha ji, and Organizing Secretary Professor Shailendra Bajpai ji, to kindly come on dais, please. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. Now I request Srimati Sheila ji to kindly preside over the event.
I would request Dr. Tarun to continue. In fact, that would be a better thing because she has been doing since morning. She's here.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much. Kindly take your seat. So, with these words, now I would like to invite the Chairman LOC, Professor M.K. Jha ji, for welcome address and to share a brief report on CHEMCON 2024. A huge round of applause for him, everyone.
Honorable Chief Guest of today's valedictory function and Director, Central Leather Research Institute, Dr. K.J. Sriram. Sir, we are very thankful to you. We are welcoming you in this valedictory function. And one thing I would like to share with you that here in our institute, NIT Jalandhar, we also have leather technology department and chemical technology. So I was heading chemical and leather both. But after some time, this leather technology has been converted to this biotechnology and chemical and bio and chemical engineering. But right now, I am principal of Muzaffarpur Institute of Technology, Muzaffarpur, and again there we have leather technology department. So I, so my connection is leather technology, sir. Again continuing there, that I want to share with you, and I also invite you to sometime to visit our institute. That is very old institute and having leather technology. So now we have Professor S.K. Verma in the audience. So I want to say something about him also. So this center has been established in the year 2003 when our teacher, and at that time he was president of IICHE. He has inaugurated this regional center, and then he has lot of hope and all these things with this center. He told many things. I think Sangeeta Garg was also on the stage at that time. I remember Dr. And what happens at that time? sir has told, this center should do all these things. So whatever, sir, you have done, told at that time homework. So, sir, now, sir, you can see with your own eyes, sir, we have organized 4 programs, you can say, CHEMCON, then CHEMCON 2012, 18, 24, with all your blessing and all these things. And today, again, you blessed with us. So, certainly, we can do more higher things in future also. So, that is one of the things I would like to share with all of you. Then we have Professor Sessendu Day also in our audience. So, he has also came here, and again, so it was very good thing. Professor Amar Mohanty from University of Golep, Professor Manju Misra from University of Golep, Canada. Then we have our chairman, National Organizing Committee, Sri Vishnupad Chattopadhyay ji, CEO of Dhansari Petrochemical, who have worked very hard for this CHEMCON and all these things, right, day 1. Then our registrar of the institute and president-elect, Professor Ajay Bansal. So for him, I want to share that he joined in this department in '94, and then we have worked together. And when this center was also established here, so he was also office bearer in some on the some post every time and all these things. And it gives me immense pleasure to see him today, president of ISCHE, and in this thing. So it was really a great thing for all of us. That again, one of our faculty to whom we have worked for many years, you can say, and then now he's 94 with 30. Now today he's president of ISCHE. Then we have our organizing secretary, Professor Salen Bajpayee, who was also worked very hard for this, you can say, and all credit goes to him, if you say, to the organizing secretary for successful organizing this CHEMCON. Then all the honorable council member of IICHE, our vice president, Madam Sheila, then director of the training institute, Dr. Abhijit Ghosh. So he was in Kolkata and all these things, but just he was for the namesake. So always he was connected with us through online or you can say WhatsApp and all these things. And then many times he visited with us at many places also, like Bombay, Delhi, Calcutta also many times. And then for this organization of this, you can say CHEMCON. Our faculty members of the Department of Chemical Engineering, members of the various organizing committee. So it gives me immense pleasure to welcome all of you in the validity function of CHEMCON 2014. And as far as this brief report is concerned, so I have requested my organizing secretary, so he will present this brief report about this Congress. I will not take much time for this, but once again I am very thankful to all of you for attending this CHEMCON and all these things and make it memorable. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, after this, I would like to request the Chairman, National Organizing Committee, Shri Bishwanath Chattopadhyay ji, to kindly address the gathering, please. Sir, please.
Namaskar and good afternoon. 4 days of technical extravaganza is coming to an end. Last 1 year has been a strenuous and challenging journey for all the organizers here, but to their credit, the technical Jamboree CHEMCON 2024 is a huge success. Big applause. I'm sure a prospective engineer like all of you have been hugely benefited from this international conference, listening to world-renowned speakers. Innovative ideas are always come in our mind, but not when we are studying. When we are busy with other important works like reading, cooking, writing something, traveling. So once the time passes, we hardly remember these innovative ideas which come up our mind accidentally. So always keep a pocket diary with you. Whenever such thoughts come into your mind, just note them down. And whenever you get free time, ponder over it, revise those ideas, detail those ideas, and come out with a novel and wonderful startup theory. Make research your passion. Do not do it to get a certificate or a API score. Make it a habit to research on the topic, even if the technology is getting newer every day. What you have to do is, during the practice of your topic, you revise as per the technological needs, but don't change the topic. Have a focus on your topic and come out with a very, very fundamental research and which is original. I thank all the professors, academia, industry experts for sharing their knowledge and work with participants of CHEMCON 2024. I sincerely thank Indo-US and Indo-Canada panelists for an enchanting sessions. My sincere thanks to every member of organizers, especially to the organizing secretary, Professor Bajpai, for making this CHEMCON a grand success. I thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I would invite Professor Shailendra Bajpai, the organizing secretary of CHEMCON 2024, to share with us the crux of these amazing 4 days. Sir, please.
A very good afternoon to you all. Respected dignitaries present here on the dais, dear participants, students. It is a very mixed feeling for me, like we are concluding CHEMCON and we all have been working very hard. CHEMCON. So I'll be reading out some of the highlights of the CHEMCON 2024. So we have received more than 1200 abstracts and we have accepted around 850 papers for the oral and paper poster presentations. We have gathered more than 800 students, delegates, participants, industry personals, faculty, staff and exhibitors. The footfall has been around 800 to 1000. We have tied up with 4 journals. After the conference, we'll call the papers in Indian Chemical Engineers, Biomass and Biorefinery, Chemical Engineering Process Intensification. There were 17 CHEMCON distinguished speaker lectures that were arranged during the program. There were 3 memorial lectures and more than 30 invited talks. There was an Indo-US session which was chaired by Veera Bodduji. I think he's here. Thank you, sir. Very nicely done. Professor Smith was also there, the president AICHE, and there were total 8 invited talks into that. We also had Indo-Canadian session where Professor Ajay Dalai was chair and myself was the co-chair. And we had 7 invited talk in that. 4 were from the Canada and 3 were from the India. We also had 2 panel discussion. In panel discussion 1, we deliberated on role of chemical engineering towards sustainable Bharat and Atmanirbhar Bharat, and it was moderated by Vishwanath Chattopadhyay ji, who is also happened to be our chairman in NOC. And the second panel discussion was held yesterday on the role of innovation and entrepreneurship achieving Atmanirbhar Bharat. It was moderated by Professor P.K. Mishra. And we also had 3 cultural night. In day 1, we were having a divine Sufi string performance by Seema Mehta ji. The day 2 reflected the performances by our students, the NITJ student, and the day 3 was a mix of our students and a Bhangra Academy, local, and I think one of the star kid was there and he performed excellently well. And I'm also very happy to share that this time we had our website, and our website hit was more than 32,000. So a big round of applause for our website team. Finally, arranging and organizing CHEMCON is not a one-man's task. I mean, we all have worked very, very hard. Our chemical engineering faculty, staff, our chemical engineering students, the energy and environment students, a larger chunk of hostel staff. So their support have been phenomenal, and the IACHE effort was also phenomenal. I would like to thank Chattopadhyay ji and Avijit Ghosh in particular, because our core committee members, Dhaval Saxena of course, And for organizing these kind of events, we need a lot of money, and we have to run here and there. And they really worked hard. Praveen Saxena ji is also there. We went to Mumbai. We were there for almost 4-5 days, and all the hospitality was extended by Dhaval and Praveen ji. So big round of applause for him. We went to Delhi, and Avijit came again all the way from Calcutta to the Delhi for us for arranging funds. Dr. Jha did exceedingly well. Like he was not here, but from Muzaffarpur he traveled to Mumbai, and then a big round of applause for him also. All administrative support given by our director, sir, Vinod Kumar Kanojia. I mean, that is outstanding. A big round of applause for him. And of course, Professor Bansal, now he is our president, and he was for all small things. Whenever we were having any kind of problems, I was confused whether I have to choose this or that. Small, even the souvenir, whatever the memento that it was absolutely designed by him. So, round of applause for him. And we have fantastic, comparers also from Deepika and Tarun and Vandita and Jaspal. All have done well. Cultural also, Dr. Arya has done well. Spouse, Dr. Sangeeta has done well. Our technical committee, Renu ma'am and team. Anurag Tiwari, I should not forget him. Nitin Pandare did exceedingly well for transport, and Dr. Deepak Sahu did exceedingly well for accommodation committee. I may be forgetting a few people. But as far as staff is concerned, I mean, Kambodji, how can I forget Kambodji and Sharadji and Rameshji and many others, right? And our outstanding students like Surinder, he single-handedly handled the transportation part. So, his voice was also, so he was having poor throat also. So I hope it was a collective effort, sir. And अगर कोई भी कमी रह गई है तो we are sorry for that. We did a lot of efforts to make your stay and accommodation and everything memorable. But in fact, कुछ ना कुछ problems आते रहते हैं. अगर कोई inconvenience है, so I deeply regret that. Thank you very much. जय हिंद, जय भारत.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, after this, I would like to invite Dr. Abhijit Ghosh, Director IICHE Training Institute, for the introduction of new office bearers of IICHE. Sir, kindly.
So, in absence of secretary, I just would like to introduce the new office bearer for 2025 of IICHE. So, first, our Professor Ajay Bansalji is president-elect. So, two vice president, Professor Parthibanji is here. I think he was here. Okay, maybe. So, he is from SSN College of Engineering, belongs from Chennai Regional Center. And second vice president from Mumbai Regional Center, ICT Mumbai, Professor Porag Gogeteji. So, big round of applause for both the vice president. And then we had a joint secretary, Professor Baddi Narayan. He is also stuck up in the hotel due to this strike, local strike. And then we had a secretary, Professor Sunil Baran Kuilaji. He also re-elected as a unanimously. And then treasurer, Professor Bala Subramaniam. And controller of examination is Professor Utkarsh Maheshwari from Pune Regional Center. Bala sir is from Chennai Regional Center again. So all these posts, I think as per my knowledge goes, last 15 years, unanimously elected first time at Jalandhar. So the environment created by Jalandhar, I think it's an example. Dhaval register, sorry, where Dhaval, कहाँ चला जाता है बीच में? Yeah, he is also from Mumbai Regional Center. So all the post has been unanimously elected without any controversy. So it's happened sometimes. But thanks to all the new office bearer, I hope the new council will take it forward for the further direction as new height. So thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, and congratulations to all for the new positions. Now, after this, I would like to request the President-elect, Professor Ajay Bansalji, to kindly address the gathering, please. Sir, please.
Thank you, Dr. Tarun. It's a great occasion when we are concluding this 4 days extravaganza in the name of CHEMCON 2024. And obviously this is a valedictory session, but one important thing we are forgetting before I do what Dr. Tarun has said me to do, we must have some reflections from the delegates, means industry, academia, and as well as the student delegates who are here. Can we have some quick reviews on what we did for the last 4 days? Yes, there are many. So, okay, let us the students go. Students, especially from the outside institutes, we would like to hear you guys. Anybody can come forward? Are there students present in this hall?
Yeah, so good afternoon everyone present here. It was a very good experience at CHEMCON 2024. I am Diptangshu Vishwas from Jadavpur University, Kolkata, and I presented poster yesterday. So everything from the accommodation to the food and to all these sessions, it was very nicely organized, and overall the campus is also very great, so it was a very good environment for us as well, and we got many insights. There were several speakers who enriched us with their knowledge, and we also got to learn so many things. So thank you everyone, and thank you all the respected members and ISCHE, NIT Jalandhar for organizing this for all the students and all the chemical engineering faculty as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Backside that second row.
Good afternoon. I am Ankad Dhanush from CSIR IICT Hyderabad, from Hyderabad Regional Center. Thank you here everyone who are part of the IICHE CHEMCON 2024 and Team CHEMCON 2024. A great applause for all of you who organized everything very well at every bit corner this great university. And first day when we came here, this was actually this university, this institute welcomed us with the natural shower of the rain. In spite of these difficulties, even in the rain, this institute arranged very well everything. So the rain did not become a barrier to conduct this event in such a great manner, and that's what I think very well. Of course, every student who worked at every corner in making everyone so feasible and reach the lectures at the time. And apart from this, even in the night times, despite of many very much cool temperature, they given very good accommodation. That's what I feel. And that was a great thing. And even we get some medical disturbances with this cool weather. They arrange. We have ambulance facility which took care of us even in the night 12 o'clock. And that was a very, very good thing. And thank you so much for that, organizer. And thank you. On dividing the papers and posters based on the title, which divide while the field wise environment and energy and the nanotechnology, and in these different sectors, and focused with the lectures and becoming making them panel in the such field which will expertise and give the feedback in a great way to conduct research in the great. And that's what made me to think more on our area. And thank you so much for this expertise, the feedback for us like student to conduct the research as a passion. Thank you so much for every organizer and every student at every corner. Thank you so much everyone.
Yeah, we have the very large contingent from Congo Engineering College, if I'm not wrong, around 40 students came from that institute, KPR College. I met them personally last day, but I hope they are not here. We understand that some transportation issue is also there. Anybody also who would like to speak on this occasion? From? Oh, we can take. But Professor Dr. Bira.
Thank you for inviting people from overseas, and I really enjoyed this conference. This is my third time. The first one was a treat, and the second one improved better. I think this is where is continuous improvement, a good example. I would like to say one thing I felt is maintaining the timings to the thing, because we are used to it. Conference starts at 8:30 in the morning. It starts at 8:30. If we could maintain that one, this would be an excellent organization and maintaining that. I think there are, but for the Indian conditions here, I think I would say there is a lot of logistical challenges, the one like we are facing today. But the organization has responded very well, and the meeting continued. And keep it up, and I thank you all for the meeting. And there was excellent technical presentations as well. I think that information, my understanding, is going to be available on the web, so that would be the people who could not attend could share that information. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So now I have to hear my boss. So I know who is. So my name is Amar Manti. Yeah, I am from University of Guelph. So I was very impressed with this conference. I think I have attended this conference 3 times. This is my 3rd time. And once I came this time, once I compare myself, I have chaired a lot of conferences in North America. Then I was telling today, in no way we can do the conference with the Indian students. The type of foods, the type of flowers, and the hospitality is outstanding. And anytime we ask anything from organizer, we get the response very much. And I'm very much thankful to all the organization here. And anytime in the night or evening, we call our organizer. He takes up our phone, and outstanding hotel especially. And this is the first time I visited Punjab. So I got opportunity to go to the Golden Temple, and I like the chole bhature here. So one of the best food I could attend. And I would love to come back to this city again, but technically I was very impressed with all our lectures and all the technical presentations. So I learned a lot. And I am also fortunate to have Professor Sharma, in whose name I got a medal. So I was fortunate to meet him, and I could see his depth of knowledge and leadership in the chemical sector and circular economy. But after all, the impression of this conference is outstanding, and I hope it can go further. In the next conference, I see it will go off. Thank you very much for all the great hospitality, and especially outstanding technical presentations from which we learned a lot. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so thank you everyone. I am going to just add a couple of more sentences after Amar. And again, thank you everyone. It's really great opportunity, and what I would like to say that other than hospitality, hotel, and then all these things, the presentations were very of high standards, and it's kind of growing in the last 3 years. What I am observing, everything is growing so much that a lot of innovations, which is very important, that talking about discoveries and taking them to the application, to the commercial application, which is very important. And this has happened, and this has grown so fast, and that is what kind of impressed me a lot this round than the previous occasions. So again, congratulations to everyone, like here and the behind. I see like little bit student attendance is little bit less comparison to, maybe they are busy in attending all the guests, so that is less. That is one thing. And other thing is, I do not know how to mix the student presentation closer to the building so that we can run and go and come back to see at least some of them. Because what is happening, we are here like in the big presentations and all awards and everything, but many of the students presenting with a very, I don't know how to make it, but maybe we have to reduce the number of student presentation and do the highlights so they can present it. Yeah, so that they can present before the bigger audience. So something has to be done in the future. That is one of the requirement. And as Dr. Bodu told also, timing, that how to adjust so that it can start in a particular time. But again, a lot of congratulations, best wishes for this event. Congratulations to all the team. Thank you so much for inviting. And yeah, all best wishes for the future one. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Anybody else?
हेलो सर ने तो गुड आफ्टरनून से शुरू किया, मैं गुड मॉर्निंग से करूँगा, बिकॉज द एनर्जी प्रोफेसर कहें या भारत के एनर्जी के मैन यहाँ हमारे साथ हैं शर्मा साहब, तो सबसे हाईएस्ट एनर्जी मॉर्निंग में रहती है. ओके, काफ़ी लोगों ने कॉन्फ्रेंस के बारे में सारा डिटेल वाजपेयी जी वगैरह ने दिया. 2018 में हुआ था ना सर, जब 18 में जब यहाँ केमकॉन हुआ था, इतनी विकट परिस्थितियाँ हो गई थी, इतना ठंड था और मेरा अंदाज है कि कमरे से बाहर निकलना मुश्किल था. पर जब इस बार फिर जब झा साहब ने लिया, बिड किया, तो हमने कहा हम भी कोई कम नहीं हैं, ज़रूर आएंगे. सरफरोशी की तमन्ना अब हमारे दिल में है, देखना है जोर कितना बाजुए कातिल में है. मैं ऐसी ड्रेस लेके आया कि कितना भी हो जाए ज़रूर अटेंड करेंगे. और इस दुआबा सेंटर में केमकॉन अरेंज करना अपने आप में एक चैलेंज है. इतनी दूर आना, लोगों के लिए प्रैक्टिस करना, उन मैनेज करना और इस हाई लेवल का मैनेज करना. आई थिंक दैट सभी लोग यहाँ पे बता चुके हैं कि देयर आर लॉट ऑफ टेक अवे. मैडम, इम्प्रूवमेंट तो हमेशा बहुत ज़रूरी है और इसीलिए फीडबैक ले भी रहे हैं. और मैं प्रोफेसर शर्मा साहब से 2000 में मिला था और आज 25 साल से बराबर हूँ. आई एम द ओनली एक्टिव इंडस्ट्री एसोसिएट. आई एम प्रवीण सक्सेना, प्रमोटर डायरेक्टर ऑफ भूमिस्ता इंफ्रा सर्विसेज, जिसकी टी शर्ट शायद आप लोगों को मिली हैं. और हर केमकॉन और एस केमकॉन में मेरा से लिटिल कंट्रीब्यूशन रहता है. तो जलंधर वालों ने जो NIT ने एक दिया है कि कोशिश करिए, यू कैन ड्रीम इट देन यू कैन डू इट. और लोग कहते हैं ना कि लोग कहते हैं आसमान में छेद नहीं होता, दिल से पत्थर उछाल के तो देखो यार. थैंक यू.
Thank you, sir. So now I come to my part of the share to thank you all. In fact, I have been called as President-elect to share some views, but I also hold certain important portfolios which are also related to this conference. So I just introduce or just tell what I am here for. I am the registrar of the institute, and this is the conference organized by NIT Jalandhar as well. At least its venue is being taken. So it was my prime responsibility that all administration and all logistics and other facilities administratively and infrastructure wise should be provided to the CHEMCON. That was first part. Other is Doaba Regional Center is holding this conference. I am vice chairman of that center. Jha Sahab is the chairman of that center and Vajpayee is the secretary of that chapter. Then I am professor in the Department of Chemical Engineering. That is inevitably part of this conference. And another thing is that I was the vice chairman of the local organizing committee. So these are the various kind of connections that lead me to join or to talk about at this occasion when this is now when we are concluding this event. I remember the very first day when a lot of rains were happening, and in fact till 26th evening there was hardly any sign of any bad weather, and weather was perfectly very fine, very pleasant. Rather, we were too happy that the things are going the perfect way. But on all of a sudden 27th morning, then we saw that heavy rain is coming and many things started going against our planning, what we had done. Then just a thought came to me. When COVID came, nobody had predicted that COVID will come. And our Honorable Prime Minister ji said that at time, Aapta mein avsar. And that was a great calamity. And in that, how can you come up in that calamity is the real challenge. When our Prime Minister can say, Aapda mein avsar, to Aapda mein prabandhan to hum bhi kar sakte hain. And that we had shown through our organization and through our commitment and through our deeds actually. And I'm happy to hear that many of you are satisfied what we did. And as has been said that the bars have been raised even higher, and we have performed better than what we did in 12, we performed better in 18, and what we did in 18, we are much, much better in 24, that is for sure. So this is one part. The other thing is that normally, or most of the time, even still there is a talk that there should be industry-institute interaction. So if you look at this conference, industry has contributed tremendously. As far as paper presentation is concerned, mostly we see that the presentations are from the academia. Because our job, our timings, these kind of things, we have that liberty in every term, mainly in terms of time and that kind of nature we have in research. We do that. Industry has different mandate. They have to bring up the, they have to produce a thing that ultimately leads to money generation, because their mandate is like that. So what they can do is they can finance and then can share where they are doing better or where they want that our research should take a shape towards. So we are happy that if you see all the major CDS lectures, means at least 70 to 80% lectures have been delivered by the industry people. Their way of talk, their way of targeting, or their target of the talk is at different level. They are targeting somewhere else, and their targets are actually becoming a point of start for the academia. So I am happy that many such lectures were there in this conference, and we all are benefited, and their insights and directions will make us think that what the industry is requiring from the academia. So I am happy that way that they came to this thing, and since our young researchers are there and students are there, they can take away that which side of the research they should take. There are three things in Hindi we say, tan, man, dhan, through which we can serve any community or any service or anything you want. आप सब ने मन से हमें support किया when you start thinking about CHEMCON. Even when at that moment you were at home, you thought that we'll go to CHEMCON 2024. So your man was attracted towards us. So we are thankful to that you helped us through man. When you booked your tickets and started your journey towards NIT Jalandhar, you moved bodily, you started physically to be present here. So tan से आपने इसके साथ हमारे साथ जुड़ गए, और जो एक्सपेंडिचर्स आपने किए उसमें तो धन आपने उसमें लगा दिया. एंड मैनी पीपल सर्व्ड. किसी ने सिर्फ मन दिया, जिसने सोचा जाने के लिए, ना तो वो प्रेजेंट हो सका, ना उसने धन दे सका, बट मन उसने फिर भी दिया. कुछ ने तन भी दिया, मन भी दिया. बट देयर आर सम पीपल जिन्होंने तन मन धन तीनों से सेवा की. ऐसी सेवा करने वाले मैं सिर्फ एक आदमी का नाम लूँगा, दैट इज श्री विश्वनाथ चट्टोपाध्याय जी. उन्होंने जितना समय दिया, जितना मन दिया, और धन से भी जो हमें सपोर्ट की, दैट इज जस्ट अनपैरेलल्ड in the, at least in my knowledge, that is not there. So he belongs to industry. He is supporting the academia. He is making a bridge between industry and academia. So what else we want? Now this is the time that we have to deliver back to the industry as well, because we can do that. Another, see, I'm speaking in multiple roles, as a registrar, as a faculty, and as a president-elect all together. We are facing the biggest challenge to the profession in the name of IT and computer science, because the starting is from +2 onwards when you decide to take a discipline for either engineering or even science courses. And you see that greener pastures in IT and this CSE sector, and you think that computer science is the best, and that is what we are seeing, that chemical is put a little back. I recall the words of our late President Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam ji. He said that we cannot do away with our core branches, mechanical, electrical, civil, even chemical, some more can be there. But unless we have any production in the industry, other things cannot be sufficient. CSE and IT, according to me, are taking an edge, because these branches came, these concepts of artificial intelligence embedded in these IT and CSE, they came up. Since there was lot of gaps, so this is green pasture that we are seeing, and there are a lot of scopes we are seeing. But according to me, in future, or even it has already started, they have to be a tool in every core engineering branch. IT, CSE, artificial intelligence, machine learning, they should be part of even chemical engineering course stream. So Indian Institute of Chemical Engineers, that is the apex body of India, they should take a lead in this direction to give a direction to the subject of chemical engineering in India, and give a dissemination of the thoughts that actually we generate there, and what profession should be as of, say, from 20 years or 15 years, or in the next down the lane in the timeline. So that kind of activity should be there in Institute of this Indian Institute of Chemical Engineers, and I will look forward to that. And obviously that the initiatives that previous predecessors had done in bridging the gap, I consider that the gap has been bridged, and it needs to be strengthened further, and I will work for that. And definitely see, I always otherwise say, we are individuals on most of the aspects. As a Ajay Bansal, I am different, my needs are different, my requirements, my thoughts are different. But as a profession, we need to work together on certain occasions so that the profession remains alive and we move forward. Same holds good for if I talk as entity NIT Jalandhar. So all the stakeholders of NIT Jalandhar have to be together if we want to take NIT Jalandhar. Now here I am talking about Indian Institute of Chemical Engineering and chemical engineering as a profession, because our friends from abroad, from other countries, they are here also. Why are they here? Because they love chemical engineering. They want this profession to flourish. So how can we do? If we are collectively working together, giving our thought, sharing our knowledge, and in fact training or giving a thought to the would-be engineers or those who are in the process. So these should be the priority. And what I would say is, at the end, is that we tried our best to accommodate all of you under the circumstances, but there might have been lapses. That day in the beginning, I said that if any mistake or lapse is there, kindly let me know, and any good thing, let the world know that what NIT Jalandhar or Institute of Chemical Engineers has done. The world should know that what you felt good about the institute or the Jalandhar. Everybody should know, so that they feel excited that next ChemCon should not be missed. And if they have missed at Jalandhar, next should not in any case be missed. Now next, my colleague from University, Annamalai University is here. Dr. Rajasimhan is here. He I think he has just given. I just tell you that the next ChemCon is at Annamalai University. No, flyer they have given, they'll say, I think if they want to say, they can say. I just tell one line only, that again, we are almost on the north or the west of India, and this is the southernmost diagonally opposite, tilted diagonally opposite on the other part of the country. And that is a beautiful place I have visited, and I would say that all of you should also try to go there. Weather is much better than what we have here, rather it is warm there. But you will see that different kind of challenges are there with those people, because that is again very interior. And the heartening thing is that the CHEMCON, which was earlier being organized at major cities like Bombay, Chandigarh, Delhi, Chennai, now is going to the interior of the country. So that is very good thing, and we should go there and encourage them for their pursuits over there. With these words, I thank you all for being here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. So, dear all, we have with us today Srimati Sheila ji, Vice President of IICHE. So, I would also request her to kindly share few words with all of us today. Ma'am, please.
Namaskar. Yes, last 4 days I was here attending most of the lectures as much as I could do, because I can't be present everywhere. And there have been a number of lectures I have seen on solar energy, renewable energy, biodegradable plastics, and all these things. And just now Bansal sir said about AI. Yes, AI is very important in today's world. I am from core chemical industry. I am from industry. I belong to Department of Atomic Energy, and all through my life I was working for production of nuclear fuel and other hardwares associated with zirconium and uranium, starting from the ore concentrate. And when we started with a very small capacity, maybe 50 tons per annum, because we started from scratch. And over the period we have expanded, and this expansion, this modification was possible because everyone associated with the production were looking into the new fields, how the things can be improved, how the recoveries can be improved. When we walk across, I always tell my team, when you're walking on the road also, walking anywhere, just keep observing, because observations teach us a lot. We learn a lot from the observations. So keep observing. If something can be picked up from somewhere, that should be picked up, and make an effort to introduce it in your industry, in your production line, and do something different. Try to be different, because following the path doesn't give you always new ideas. You have to do out of box thinking, and don't be afraid of failures anytime, because unless you try, you can't succeed. Just because you are afraid, "Arey, mera ye kaam nahi hua to kya hoga?" People will laugh. You will not put an effort, then you can't grow. We have to put our heart and soul in whatever we are doing. As he says about artificial intelligence, when we started doing the modification in our plant, when we started, everything was manual. Every operation was manual. We would dig out from the drums the material and charge it physically. And today we don't do any manual operations. We final product we see. Just that is it. That is for inspection. So that much of automation we could bring in. The neural network, the artificial intelligence, everything has been utilized to automate the systems. See, at the end of the day, all the branches of engineering, science, everything merged together. I would say engineering is basically application of knowledge of science that you learn at different stages of, at various stages of life. We have to learn how to apply it and how to proceed further, how to improvise it. How to improvise the technology. Especially for the girls, I would say, your kitchen is a mini chemical industry. Right from making tea in the morning to everything that you do, you are involved in so many chemical operations. Think how we are doing this, how can it be expanded, what better can be done, and definitely you'll get new ideas and you can proceed further. From manual operation to completely automated systems. Yes, we had to sit with computer engineers, IT guys, and tell this operation has to go like this. If it is not okay, then you have to go back to step number 1. So all that neural networking was required, and that doesn't come unless you know the basic operation. So don't think that chemical engineering में क्या रखा है, just ये डाला वो डाला हो गया, नहीं, इसको कैसे डाला. The way we say kitchen में माँ जब खाना बनाती है तो उसका टेस्ट अच्छा होता है, हम बनाते हैं तो वो बात नहीं आती. So that is because you know how that ingredient is added, the way it is added, the way it is stirred, everything matters. The RPM of an agitator, the temperature that you require in a reactor, everything matters for getting a good standard product. And that is the thing for every operation, every walk of life that is required. So I would advise, put your heart and soul in whatever you are doing, be alert, keep a watch on what is going on. Only then you can learn what is the latest, what is the best, and what can be applied in this country. Because weather conditions, atmosphere varies from place to place. In India, I would say the entire world is there. You have all kinds of weathers in your country. So see what can be applied here may not be applicable in down south or far east. So apply the rules. You may need to modify. Koi bhi law perfect nahi hai na. We always say that there has to be some correction. So these corrections are required everywhere. In industry also we have to do something which you can do very comfortably. Down south, maybe you require heating. When we bought a press, we had to heat the oil. The supplier has given a system to heat the oil because it has come from Germany. There you go to very low temperatures. In India, in NFC, in Hyderabad, when we had to operate, we had to introduce a cooling system because the oil is getting heated up. I don't require hot. I need it to be cooled. So we had to change that heating system into a cooling system because he said, my weather condition, my environment requires cooling, not heating. People were apprehensive how it can be done. We said, Arey, मौसम को देखो आप, यहाँ का temperature देखो, we go to 40 degrees, there it is maximum 20. So 20, when it is going to below that, then your oil is not moving, you are not able to pump it, you require heating. Here when my oil is heating up, it is leaking, it reduces the efficiency. So all the properties of various materials have to be taken into consideration when you do the design, not just properties of materials and the weather conditions, the surroundings, the environs, that also should be considered. And definitely all of you can do a lot. This government is giving lot of opportunities for startups. 4 or 5 of you work for 2-3 years, gain experience and start something of your own so that you get the satisfaction that you are doing something different. Out of box thinking is the call for the day. Please do that and wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you for sharing your insights with all of us. So, dear all, we are honored with the presence of our chief guest of the day, Dr. K.J. Sriramji, Director CLRI. So, I would also request Sir to kindly share a few words with all of us on today's occasion. Sir, please.
Good afternoon. Kind of little unprepared for this task, but let me, taking clue from what all was said, I'll just try to retrace how India is the best, especially when it comes to chemical engineering and related subjects. The college in which I studied is called as the Alagappa Chettiar College of Technology, which is in Chennai. And it is said that one Mr. Alagappa Chettiar, who hailed from a slightly inward place called Karaikudi, decided to start a course in chemical engineering in 1942 under the University of Madras. But he did not introduce chemical engineering alone. Within 1 year of introducing the chemical engineering course, he also introduced textile and leather technology along with. The whole idea behind him at that point of time was that neither textile nor leather technology could be taught because there was no people who knew that subject to teach, and it is a chemical engineer who has to teach both these subjects. The same college in 80s introduced biotechnology and food technology, and subsequently in the 90s introduced ceramic technology and polymer technology. So that tells you the very essence that with the core of chemical engineering sitting there, the other branches expanded, and all the students who were studying their 3rd year onwards, their subject, whether knowingly or unknowingly, were attached with chemical engineering, either through formal methods or informal methods, because we all stayed in the same hostels, and the chemical engineering students were our best friends. So if you have a problem in leather technology or textile or ceramics, call your best friend in chemical engineering, get it resolved. So this is how the whole program got in, and I would like to tell you that most of the companies down south who have been working in textile or leather or ceramics, and they all have been dependent on the core chemical engineers to improve upon their productivity and whatnots. So that's the entire science which is that we are talking about. Today we are talking about science without boundaries. Application comes very easily because in India, the alumni support which comes, the alumni sitting in the industry would go to any extent to support their college. That you just heard that Congo Engineering College brought in 40 students here is a classical example that Congo is spreading its wings to the industry, and you will find slowly that like NITs, IITs and other major universities, their students will also be across the industry and supporting the institutions when time comes. One most important thing is, while in India, industry may not be coming forthwhile for formal engagements with institutions, their informal engagements are always at its best. Any conference that a university does will start with a zero budget and will be at zero 48 hours before the conference. But 48 hours into the conference, you will know that industry has pumped in money to make the conference big. And that's a support that all academic institutions, through the student alumni connect that we get, IACHE is no different in that aspect as well. We also spoke about rain, and we also spoke about concluding with a strike. But don't we all know that in India, while we announce a conference even 4 years before, 5 years before, we keep one man only does it for that 4 years, 5 years. But the entire institution, whether they know about that conference 48 hours before or not, entire institution comes, supports, and makes it big and great 1 week before the conference. That's the strength of India. And like what all of them said, this particular CHEMCON 2024 would not have been that very much different. Would have started off with one person, but entire NIT would have come in the last few days to make it great. And maybe one of them who came in the last 2-3 days time would not have slept in the last 3 days also. That is the strength of this country. Always makes us work together. We don't need those formal titles and things like that. Nobody cares whether your name is there in the souvenir or not. But we come together because at the end of the day, it's a pride of the college, it's a pride of the university that we all look at. And of course, when the next university takes it forward, they always want to make it one notch higher, and that keeps the system going. So kudos to all those people. The student strength is one thing which we really appreciate. In fact, earlier when the research organizations were asked to do bigger conferences, we used to take it up, but the first thing that we all do is go and attach ourselves with one college nearby. Because without the student population, your conferences are nothing. To the running arounds onwards to the last mile connect will only be done by the students. Where in the world will you get a student coming and waiting for you in the airport or railway station or bus stand or whatever to help pick you up, take you to the place of stay? Anywhere else you go in the world, they'll just send you a piece of paper, please come like this, like this, like this, and finished. But in India, the hospitality element is much bigger than the conference, and I think that is what we all got. We've talked about conferences going to the tier 2 cities. The challenge of tier 2 cities is not just organizing the conference. Tier 2 cities, people come for the conference because there are a lot of places around the tier 2 city that you want to visit. And the college or the institution that does the conference not only has to organize the conference, but also get you to those places for visit as well. And NIT, I must say, have done that part of it also very well. And Annamalai University will struggle more because they have more number of places to show. South India is famous for all its temples and dosas and idlis. And all of you, I'm very sure Annamalai will have it tremendously difficult to make sure that you have all seen that places, because you can't miss going to Annamalai and not going to, being in Chidambaram and not going to the temple is next to impossible. So this is what happens in India, and thankfully Tier 2 cities have, and the Tier 2 city colleges have done it excellently well. In fact, they have used the mantra of please come, you can see that also to bring everybody to the conference. If not, who will miss a vacation to come for a conference, right? So couple the vacation, couple the talks, and that makes India great. So kudos to everyone for having done the job better. We are known for it as Indians. Let's continue to be that way. Let us continue to work together and make anything and everything that we do in this country always memorable for the rest of the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your wonderful and amazing thoughts with all of us today. So now after this, dear all, I would request the Vice President, Srimati Sheila ji of IICHE, to kindly hand over the President's medal to President-elect, Professor Ajay Bansal, sir. A huge round of applause, everyone.
Department of Chemical Engineering and other department of NIT Jalandhar. So I request Organizing Secretary Dr. Bajpayee ji, please call your team so that we can acknowledge their contribution.
So we have a small token of love. Mohit ji, aap zara kariye. So I'll invite first the faculty and followed by the staff and the student volunteers. I think it's there. I think it's ready. Is it available or not?
एक cap or
Can we have Sangeeta ma'am, please? I'll request our dignitaries to felicitate her. Dr. Tarun. Yes, please. All faculty of chemical engineering, please come to this side. All faculty who are available right now, chemical and any other Dr. Jaspal, Dr. Vandita, Dr. Naveen. All chemical faculty, please. Energy and environment. Whoever is present here, please come to the right side. बुला दी सबको कॉल कर लीजिए अभी है चलेगा 15 मिनट Dr. Renu Gupta is requested. Please put your hands together. I mean, she was the head technical session. She did a wonderful job. All the parallel session, poster session was headed by her. She was the chairman technical session. Naveen ji. Kambodji, all chemical engineering staff, please come to this side. Kambodji, Sharaji, Ramanji, all chemical staff, please, this side. A big round of applause for our treasurer. So he was the main person. Aruna, Raman, any other technical or other staff present here from chemical? प्रवीण सक्सेना जी, स्पेशल गेस्ट। जी जी बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, आपको कैसे छोड़ सकते हैं सर। Ravi ji, Ravi Ranjan, please come. Any faculty who are involved in the various activities of ChemCon, please come forward to the right side. Surinder. So Surinder is, he was the head of transport, so you must have been getting calls from him. He's a faculty in UPS Dehradun and a PhD student under me. Yeah. Mohit Sehgal. A big round of applause for this gentleman. This guy has been working with me from last 6 months. Entirely, totally dedicated to ChemCon-24. Not possible without him. Ravi Ranjan ji, please. Dr. Ravi Ranjan, please. His effort was really great. All technical session, scheduling, souvenir, everything he did. A big round of applause for him. He's a silent worker. Banish. हाँ. Ayushi was the main person for all these comparing job. Wonderful job. Any other PhD student present here? Any? Ritika, please come. Any other PhD student present here? Just come forward. Hema? Murtaza is there? Murtaza. Murtaza. He was there at the Chandigarh airport. He devoted whole 2 days there. A big round of applause for him also. Heading the transportation team. Shreya Gupta, please come forward fast. A little swift. Sharad is there. Sharad, please come forward. Sharad and Ramesh ji both. Sharad. Dr. Deepak has come, I guess. Please, sir, this side. Dr. Deepak was heading the accommodation. So your comfortable stay was possible because of Dr. Deepak at Meriton, at Institute Guest House. Silent worker. CRPF, of course. Ramesh ji is here. Great work. Mr. Karamjeet. Karamjeet, are you here? Please. Miss Anjali. All our staff did the wonderful job. They have been working very, very hard. From last 10-15 days, I guess, I was troubling them a lot. Anjali was preparing a lot of tea for us. We had so many meetings and she was all... Dr. Amit is here. Oh, Dr. Anji Reddy, please come to this side. Dr. Anji Reddy, please. Dr. Anji Reddy did all the registration job. A big round of applause for him. Dr. Amit Saran. He was heading the technical session, the poster wing. A big round of applause for him also. Any other faculty staff present here? PhD student present here? So we are beginning with our BTech students. They did a wonderful job. Very, very wonderful job. We'll start with Tejinder. These guys, many of them have really, they have sacrificed their vacation. They were with us. A big round of applause for student volunteers. Anushka. Manish. One by. Kamal Kant. मनीष का तो हो गया था हाँ आराम से Manish was also a great help. A big round of applause for him. Prince. Karan. Mr. Karan. Ganesh. Again a silent worker. Harshita. Please come. Don't shy. This chap has been doing wonderful work. Very, very sincere guy. Nikhil. Nikhil. Harsh. Karthik. Harshita is here. I hope my volunteers enjoyed the ChemCon. So 3 cheers for you. Hip hip. Hip hip. Hip hip. खाना नहीं खाया है लगता आज. Vedant. He was very active in transport. I've seen him many times. Late nights, early mornings. पूछ लीजिए. गुरमुख सिंह जी. सुमित. सुमित. गौरव. इसका पता है. कोई नहीं, कोई नहीं. सौरभ. अविनाश. कविता. अभिषेक. Avinash made all the rangolis. A big round of applause for him. Wonderful rangolis. Although rain played spoil sport, but still very nice. Lovepreet. Dev. Harsh. Harsh. Dhruv. Samiksha. Ridhima. Daksh. Mehak. Divyanshi. They dance well. No? Yes, come on. Prakriti. These are all first year BTechs, guys. Omsi. Third year. अभी पढ़ाया नहीं. सहज. Karan. I think Balbir is also here. Yeah, आओ तुम पहले आओ. Balbir is my attendant, and from last 6 months, he's doing a great job. Without his teas, I would not have worked the way I have worked. From almost 4 months, I was leaving at 8 in the night.
Make Shyam. काम करना पड़ेगा सर, काम करना पड़ेगा. तो आपको जॉब फिर ज़्यादा करना है. दिनेश वर्मा.
Cannot keep aside. Okay, so they should come forward to give certain contribution so that the level will continue. You are getting feedback from our recent past the participants. So I must thanks to all the foreign participants, particularly Bira Vadduji. Last 3 times he is coming. I am seeing from day 26 to 30 he is booking his slot for CHEMCON. So it is very rare. So for thank you Manjuji, our Amar Mohanty sir. So sometimes we have seen delegates coming, they presenting their lecture, and due to their busy schedule they had to leave. But they are also having a lot of schedule, but still they make that CHEMCON full fledges that okay we should witness, and our students participants are very much happy that seeing interacting. I got lot of feedback. They used to tell I have seen this presentation, that presentation. So thank you all the Indo-Canadian and Indo-US presenters who have presented, accepted our invitation and make IICG at a certain level. It is a thank yous to all, because last couple of years we have started this joint symposium, and again Bajpayee ji already given that person behind is that our NOC chairman Mr. Biswanath Chattopadhyay sir. So he has made a trend that IICG CHEMCON should reach certain level every year, and we have to improve that. Jalandhar also has made a certain improvement, and he has a new standard what Saxena ji is getting fear that how we can make. But again I can ensure Mumbai also always make a top level. So that is my decision. So just I add one of my the experience. I was BTech second year student in 2004. My college told, would you like to go CHEMCON? I said yes sir. Without any paper, without any invitation, I just attended as a participant. Still it is history, it is best CHEMCON. Everybody knows, because it was in 7-star hotel Hyatt, and 17 US delegation came that time. Okay, so because that level I have seen, no, since then I have got attracted. Similarly, you all those students particularly are associated with this CHEMCON. I believe some of you will come someday where you will be also organizing team to organizing CHEMCON. So thanks to all the student volunteers, all the faculty in charge, respective divisions, whoever made a remarkable comment. Whenever I call Nitin, sir बोलो हाँ हो गया, मतलब और दूसरा बात हमको करने का जरूरी नहीं था, आप बोल दिया तो हो गया, like that. Bajpayee ji and myself talking, I think last 1 years, and I just I recall in December I maybe more than 100 calls we had a day, in every day if you count that total call maybe 100. When I reached 26, I think few, because we are together everywhere we are moving. So such a coordination is required for a mega event. And whenever I ask Bajpayee ji क्या है इसका, इसको करिए उसको करिए, अब चिंता ना करो, अब आ तो जाओ सही. And Kamoj ji, whenever used to sir सब कुछ ठीक है, आप सिर्फ आ जाओ, आपको आ जाने के बाद आप देख लीजिए. But I can really appreciate whenever I have seen that the such a wonderful coordination. Wonderful. That is the technical, transportation, accommodation, and whenever the guest attendance, I didn't get any feedback from any of my council member that there is a flaws for as a whole. So big round of applause for entire team Jalandhar. We confuse sometimes such a wonderful faculty members comparing since day one. Many of our seniors asking which year you are studying. Then they reply, sir, we are faculty of mathematics. Okay, settle down. Then next, that lady is posed, in which department are you faculty? Sir, we are a PhD student. So we confuse their sincerity. Okay, so that is really my president asking that in which department faculty is their student and their faculty. So means the sincerity is exchange basically. I didn't understand that how they have made a day. Another madam, Deepika, she is not here. She has done meticulously comparing. Really, it is hats off. I have done certain program. I have conducted also organizing secretary as a CHEMCON, but I can say that there was a improvement and you have reached that level. So thank you once again for such a wonderful comparison. All family spouses are very happy for your delicious gift. Everyone asking, Abhijit, मेरे को gift दो, हम बोला आप नहीं थे तो कैसे मिलेगा, आप आ जाए. So this is a very really you made a CHEMCON such a wonderful, memorable and stay is excellent. Hotel, many a council member didn't expect that such a wonderful hotel accommodation Bajpayee ji will provide. So thank you Bajpayee ji. Okay. And Jha sir and Bansal ji. So I know him very long back. Bajpayee ji I am associated maybe couple of 3 years ago. And Jha sir more than 10 years, Bajpayee ji also equally. In regarding CHEMCON, I used to talk both the people and Bajpayee ji. We had a lot of online Google meeting for different decision making issue. Bajpayee ji also was there, but Bansal ji used to tell, अब चिंता ना करो, वो तो हो जाएगा. So मैं अभी लग रहा है पंजाब का ये भाषा ही आप चिंता ना करो. तो मेरे को अभी मैं भी अभी एक दो को बोल दिया आप चिंता ना करो, हो जाएगा. तो झा सर रहता है मेरे पास में अभी बिहार में, तो वहाँ से भी कभी कभी झा सर यूज टू कम टू कोलकाता टू डिस्कस CHEMCON. Sometimes myself झा सर sit कोलकाता, Bajpayee ji was online, Bansal ji was online, we did a meeting. And whenever we call Chattopadhyay ji, ठीक है, I'll come. But I feel very embarrassed if I say that I'll be office in 3:30, sir used to come 3:25, I used to come 3:35. So such a I have learned lot of things. Last I have been associated with Chattopadhyay ji since 2000 probably 17, but he is such a person. IICH is, I think his contribution cannot be means it is a I cannot say the words. It's a thank you only. So with this entire volunteer, student and activist, I really appreciate their effort. Okay, so they have done a remarkable job. We have done our conference, we have hired event management team. Whenever Bajpayee ji sent quotation, I said it is a competitive. Because I have myself and Chattopadhyay ji is doing last 3 years, so they have given really good the support, and entire campus is beautifully, they have did a branding. And CPET, basically you have seen the logo is the partner. So thanks to the Dr. C.C. Sinha ji, he has given a kind of support to us. All the sponsors, I think CLRI also given certain support to us. Thank you, Director sir. All the Reliance Industries Limited, I should not forget, they are, why I told the 2004, because since then Reliance is our platinum sponsor. So big round of applause for Reliance Industries Limited. Then Pidilites, L&T Hydrocarbon, Rupsol, IVL Dhunsari Petrochem, then Indian Oil, HPCL, YNGC, L&T Hydrocarbon, then Aarti Industries Limited, Rupsol, HEML, then Hydropump, then other small industry, Bhumistra. So see, you don't feel that logo is here small, but person is sitting here, they have given a lot of support mentally, physically, and the whatever you can say. Whenever any IICH member, I can say, instead of council visit Mumbai, if they know that some person is here, they will stop their business activity, they will come to receive you. that much you can ensure that they are dedication to IICG. Okay. Huh. Yes, yes. So he is also such a person that that tan man dhan he has doing. And I should not forget my own team from headquarter. They have came Showman Nath, Devargo, and behind that there is other 9 people are working at headquarter. So sometimes we scold them why there is a mistake, why it is this, but really they have done wonderful job. They have given a very good support to the whenever myself and secretary, president, other council member given certain tasks they used to follow, and they have done in on time. I think I maybe if I am left anybody, I apologize. And cameraman, event management, I have already mentioned. So thank you all. I hope Bajpayee ji. So team Bajpayee and team Jalandhar. Thank you. Yeah, one just information, as we have talked a lot about the chemical engineering activities. So I just announce IICG Training Institute is a another wings we have council have started, where our Jha sir is the director general. I am acting as a director. There is a board of directors, Dhawal, Bala Subramaniam, Madhu Agarwal, and Sunil Varan Kuila. We are going to conduct first chemical engineering hackathon. It's a chemathon on 28 February at Kongu Engineering College. So there will be a very good event. The chemical engineering student might have been getting mail through your internet that software hackathon every month, every week happening various institute. But we don't find that much hackathon is going for the core engineering branch. So IICG Training Institute has taken an initiative, and AICT Vice Chairman Dr. Avai Jere will be the chief guest. So 28 February and 21st March, it will be held at Kongu for 2 days event, 48 hours, chemical engineering hackathon. There will be a prize money. First is the 1 lakh, second prize is 50,000, third prize is 30,000. So first is giving by Bhumistha. So already it is committed. Second is given by the CPET, and third is given by the IVL Dhunseri Petrochem. So we are also arranging another awards. So down the line. So I request at least 2 teams from NIT Jalandhar should give, and those are from the other institute. Please convey this message. Visit the website iicc.org.in. You will participate. And second, student program. CHEMCON will be conducted VIT Chennai. So these 2 are south. This year it was in north. So RGIPT and NIT Jalandhar. Next year it will be Chennai and the Annamalai. So I wish all of you again participate and make this event a grand success. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Because we are running short of time, so what we suggest, we take all the PhDs. Please come forward. So we have Diksha, Sarojini, Suraj, Pankaj, Rajkumar, Rishikesh, Varsha, Hema. Please. फोटोग्राफ एक साथ ले लो. एक मिनट, फोटोग्राफ सबका एक साथ हो जाएगा. सब लोग पहन लेंगे. So please stay. We will have a photograph of the PhD guys. Now the BTech, seven BTech students, please come forward. 7. Please come, all of you. Hostel staff also, please come. दो इनको भी दो. Vishal, हाँ, Kailash. Please put your muffler and topis and just go for a group photograph. इसको उधर दे दो एक. Please come forward and have a group photograph. आइए बच्चे, आ जाओ. शाबाश. आओ, come on. So all are invited for the lunch at the designated venue. Thank you very much.